I'm good under pressure. Stick around when we hold it down. Look at what we found. This a marathon, not a sprint. Let's go 100 miles. From the ground with me to the clouds, never coming down. That's the crown on me, wear it proud. Show 'em what we got. Stick around when we hold it down. Look at what we found. This a marathon, not a sprint. Let's go 100 miles. From the ground with me to the clouds, never coming down. That's the crown on me, wear it proud. Fuck what they was talking about. All work, no pleasure. I ain't here to make friends, big stepper. Hey, bad guy, Heath Ledger. Ready for whatever, I'll be front and center. Quick to sever, however, whoever. Raining from above, we shooting down through your umbrella. Hey, getting fed up, nothing you could tell us. Snapping every shot I take, just wait till it develops. Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found. This a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles. From the ground with me to the clouds, never coming down. That's the crown on me, wear it proud, show 'em what we bout. Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found. This a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles. From the ground with me to the clouds, never coming down. That's the crown on me, wear it proud, fuck what they was talking about. Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found. From the ground with me to the clouds, never coming down. Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found. This a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles. From the ground when we to the clouds, never coming down.
What do you got? Ringside seats doing ethnic cleansing.
What up, what up, what up? Salute to everyone. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, and welcome to the second edition of Stand on Business. It's good to be here. Good to see everybody tonight. I hope everyone had a good day and is having a wonderful evening today. It is going to be an interesting conversation tonight, and I'm excited to get started. Excited to get started. But first, a little housekeeping to attend to tonight. So first, please make sure you hit the like button and subscribe button if you are new, and hit the like button on your way in. And if you are going to donate to the channel tonight, please be sure to donate to the Black Man Unfiltered Cash App and not the super chats for the moment, if you do enjoy the content tonight. All right. And if you be so inclined, also run on over to the Objectivist Podcast, the YouTube channel, and just hit the like button there and subscribe if you have a moment there too. I'd appreciate that as well. I'm just getting started out here in the YouTube streets, so by all means, give me a thumbs up over there as well and subscribe. I'd really appreciate it as well. And if you are interested, I will be dropping a link a little bit later also to bring people up on the panel as well, provided there aren't any issues. All right, to provide their take on the content tonight, and either provide their their take. Either they agree or disagree on the conversation tonight. So without further do. Let's see, who do we have in the house tonight so far? Hey, Sparta HQ, thank you. Appreciate you for dropping in tonight. And we have the Black Man Unfiltered. Thank you for being here tonight, sir. Appreciate your support. All right, so for the moment, I want to talk about the LGBT conundrum, and this is going to be a parted series. All right, so part one: is sexuality a choice? Hi, Mount Loki. Salute to you. Appreciate you for coming by tonight. So, is sexuality a choice? All right, is it? Now, when I'm talking about sexuality, I'm actually not just talking about the LGBTQ in itself. I'm talking about all sexuality. All right. So I kind of, baited the whole, topic there. But I'm going to be talking about all sexuality in general. Okay. So is sexuality a choice? So before I get started, I got a couple of clips to show you. So shout out to Dr. Umar Johnson here. This guy. Check it out.
It's not the same thing. I'm born this. I don't behave this, I be this. Homosexuality is a behavior. Being black is a state of being. Don't confuse who I am with what you do.
All right, then. All right. Now, just off of that alone, it would suggest that Dr. Umar Johnson is on the mindset that sexuality is all but a behavior. All right. Feel for the fodder there. All right. So I have a longer video here to show as a preface to this, and then we'll get into the conversation. Okay. So here we go. So up until this point, we have a matter of non-scientific. We have a matter of, let's see, race relation to some degree. Okay. And I want to talk about that just a little bit. So we have the situation of relating to race in a sense that I was born this way argument. Now, I wanted to kind of touch on this after the video to make sure I bring it all together. But here, we'll talk about it now. So the born this way argument, in a sense, is a situation where I like to call whenever you have a proponent where, let's see, you have a situation where you're wanting to gain some sort of validity, right? And what you need is to borrow validity from a different argument in order to gain substantiation for your own argument. And so what do you need to do? Well, you need to borrow from, let's say, race, for instance. You can't help the fact that you were born a particular ethnicity or particular color or race or height, or not born height, but you can't help genetics. So one of the things that they do is then say, well, because I was born this, because this was something that I can't necessarily help, then it must be somewhat aligned in a sense. Okay. And that's the kind of premise of the born this way kind of sort of argument, if you will. Okay. That's the kind of sort of premise of it in a sense. Okay. So the born this way argument is premised by a notion that I can't help the fact that I am this way no more than you can help the argument of what race or what sex you are or what ethnicity you are. Okay. Let's proceed. Okay, so we're running into some problems here with playing the entire thing. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and bring up. I'll go ahead and mention my kind of introduction into the entire into my entire argument as far as what I think and my kind of analysis of the entire thing, and then bring up anyone who wants to join me on the panel and have the discussion and let's debate, either dissent or agree, or let's talk about it. Okay, so let's see here. Just a moment. And I will copy this for a second. And here. So I'll invite everyone. There we go. Someone already did it for me. I appreciate it. There we go. All right. So, all right. So before I get into this, I want to make sure that the actual stream is actually working, because apparently YouTube does not like the fact that I am playing that particular video. So I want to confirm if everyone can actually hear and see what it is that I am saying. So put one in the chat if you can actually hear what it is that I'm saying. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's exactly what keeps happening. Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and pause the video, and pretty much the most important part of the clip is pretty much already been said. And so as long as that's the case, I have everything I need for the most part. Okay, we're good. We're good to go. Okay. So before I proceed, there's a couple of things I definitely want to say. And the few things I want to say before I proceed. All right, here we go. I personally believe that everybody has the right to love who they love, live how they want to live, dress how they want to dress, and be with who they want to be with and marry who they want to marry. That is my personal belief, without discrimination, without unjust persecution, without any of that, without any undue societal issues. Okay. Within the legal, within the confines of legality is how I honestly feel. Okay. That is honestly how I feel about all of that. Okay. Now, the only thing I am targeting at this point in time is just either the flaws or the components of particular arguments is what I'm talking about. Now, in this argument, I do not want a situation to ever be construed or misconstrued in this case that I am in any way, form, or fashion any type of phobic in any form of fashion, because I think that anyone in society deserves the chance to be criticized in any form of fashion. If you live in a free society, you should be able to also endure praise as well as criticism whenever whenever it's due. Okay, so that's honestly my position. I am literally targeting a particular argument. All right. The next thing is that the topic of tonight is not about gender ideology or gender identity. It is literally about sexual orientation. Okay, so we're not talking about anybody but the L, G's, and the B's, not T's and Q's. Okay, that is for a later part. Okay, because I understand the difference between gender identification and sexual orientation. Those are different. And I believe when we have a conversation about LGBTQIA+, when we have the conversation, sometimes the different parts gets mixed up, and we end up talking past and through and around to each other, and we don't really have a conversation about each individual part in isolation. And I think it's deserved to have an objective conversation about each individual part in fairness. Okay, I think it's necessary. We should be able to, as a society, to be able to have targeted conversations about each part without damaging each other. Okay, so I've said my part. I've said my piece as far as where I stand. So I'm going to make it very known. I'm going to stand on it. I will not tolerate being told that I am something that I am not. And I will drop you in a heartbeat if I am told that I am something that I'm not. Okay, I'm just going to make that very clear. All right, now with that in mind, I'm going to take you down a little bit of a path really quick. And I see I have people on the panel, and after I get this part here through, we're going to let people up on the panel, and then we'll have a conversation. Okay, good to go. All right, so now I want to poll everybody and talk about these couple of things and just get some interaction going here. So first of all, I want to be able to ask a couple of questions really quick. So I'm curious. Is sexuality a choice? Put it in the chat. I want to hear. I want to see what everyone thinks. Just feel free to put it in the chat. Let me know what everyone thinks. Because I personally believe that all sexuality is a choice. To include heterosexuality, by the way, I'm including everybody into the mix. All sexuality is a choice. That's my personal objective opinion, and I'm going to tell you why here momentarily. So put in the chat. Is sexuality a choice? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I got someone saying Mantis Punch saying it's not a choice. Okay, all right, cool. I got a poll there. Yes, someone says yes, it is a choice. Okay, cool, great. All right, cool. Now, here's another one. Is sexuality discovered or developed? Is it discovered or developed? I'm going to take a little moment. Is it discovered or developed? I got developed. Cool. Okay, Braxton, I see. I can care less what it is or isn't. Just be yourself. I like it. All right, I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that. Okay, cool. All right, next one. So now, before I get to the next one, I want to kind of go down this path. So now that we understand we're talking about sexual orientation, I want to talk about. I'm going to pull back just for a moment, and I want to take you down the storyline really quick. Okay, just give me a second. So there is a concept of argument, propositional fallacy. And it's essentially where someone understands where, okay, Paul Bennett says, honestly, I don't know. Well, hopefully, Mr. Bennett, I'm able to provide you not really a concept, but provide you a perspective that maybe clears this up a little bit, at least for me anyway. So there's a concept of argument called propositional fallacy. Okay, and it's essentially when someone understands a concept in one argument, but is unable to understand that same concept in a different perspective or a different argument. Okay, so let me give an example. So in society, everything is a construct. Okay, man, since the beginning of time, have basically identified things either by what we see, hear, smell, touch, experience, and then of course, as we start to get into civilization, we start talking amongst each other and start naming things, and agreeing with each other about what things are called based off of our shared experiences. Okay, that develops into a construct. Okay, so these things are. You can call them adjectives to some degree. If it's describing what someone does or someone says or a pattern of behavior or a pattern of events. But essentially, we describe what we see, we describe what we experience. But for the most part, we only describe these things post the performative action or post existence. Okay. So for people, we describe these things after they're either said, done, experienced, so on and so forth. Okay. Just like we describe a sound after it's heard, just like we describe a color after it is seen. Okay. That is the concept of a construct. Okay. So let's give an example of not a propositional fallacy, but a propositional positive. So if I am lying, what would you call someone who lies? What is the social construct title or adjective of someone who lies? What are they? Standing by. What is someone who lies? Yes, Paul, Mr. Bennett. Yes, we see things empirically, correct, with evidence. Okay. Yes, Mr. Bennett. A liar. Exactly. Follow my trend. Someone who steals. They are usually a yes, yes, BMU, a fucking thief. Correct. All right, we're getting the trend. Okay, someone who cheats, they are a cheater. Someone who commits homicide, they are homicidal. Okay, you're starting to get the pattern here. Now, let me draw back a little bit. They would not be a liar unless they showed evidence of being a liar. Okay. So if I thought about lying, would I be a liar? If I thought about cheating, would I be a cheater? If I thought about stealing, would I be a thief? All of these answers to those questions, if everyone is of sound mind, should be a no, because I technically have not exemplified the performative action of any of those verbs. I didn't steal, I didn't cheat, nor did I commit any of these actions because I didn't actually do any of these things. All I have done was thought it. And thought necessarily doesn't mean that I am those things, not in the realm of construct. And in this realm, all right, Mike Monster got me again. There we go. All right, so in this construct right here, there we go. We should be good now. Bingo. We're good. There we go. Yep. All right. So in this construct here, we can only really empirically know if someone did something is if they either confessed it or if there is evidence of it. Okay. So now, someone is not something unless they actually did it. So check this out. Now, the definition of sexuality: sexual character, possession of the structure or functional traits of sex. So here we go. Character. We can't witness someone's character until they actually do it. Possession of the structural functional traits. Okay, so then in order to witness or know someone's functional traits, they have to actually exemplify the performative actions of the functional traits of that sexual pattern or sexual behavior. recognition of or emphasis upon sexual matters. Recognition of or emphasis upon sexual matters. Okay, so the sexual matters of that particular swim lane of that type of sexual matter. Okay, here we go. Involvement in sexual activity. And orgasm's preparedness. Oh, I'm sorry, I read that wrong. An organism's preparedness for engaging in sexual activity. Okay, but we know that one. But involvement in sexual activity. Now, this one's key right here, because an involvement of sexual activity, but which sexual activity, right? Now, let's talk about behavior. A manner of behaving or acting. Okay, so remember, when we're talking about sexual sexual identity or sexual orientation, the orientation is very important, because in order to know if you are lesbian, gay, or bisexual, in the construct, you have to be able to know, you have to be able to either see or see them confess what exactly they prescribe to. Now, you'll say, okay, but boss man, that doesn't necessarily mean that, it's a choice or not. Well, here's where I'm going to actually break this down just a slight bit, and then I'll bring everybody up. So actions in itself, well, let me back up just one more sec. I'm going to posit, okay, that when it comes to your sexual inclinations or sexual arousals, okay, arousals themselves, I'm going to submit to everybody that you don't necessarily have any control over what you are attracted to. This is why I submit and posit that when it comes to this question right here, I'm going to actually say it's both. Because you discover what you are attracted to around the time that your body physically is able to exemplify any type of erection or arousal. So for men, it's erection, and for women, it's a different type of internal erection or internal arousal. It just looks a little different. Actually, a whole lot different, actually. Okay. And then it's developed as you practice what you have come to consciously realize is an attractive stimuli for you. But as the person on the TED Talk mentioned, she mentioned that there are plenty of people, there are more bisexual people who have become bisexual after they realize, after they were one of the two bipolar identities. There are more bisexuals than there are the lesbians or gays, and they end up starting either gay and starting lesbian and end up turning into being bisexual. So it begs the question of, does it ever really stay one thing or the other? If you let statistics or data show, right? Let's see. But we would have to admit that these acts start in the mind, and thank you. That's exactly where I'm headed. And so to say that it started from birth, I have to totally deny that, because the only thing you're born with, people, is your ethnicity, your sex, and your dying will to find your mom's tit. Okay? That's it. Because what is actual sexuality? If you break it down shotgun style, it's literally you consciously coming to the realization that something that is sexually stimulating is getting an arousal out of you, whether you're a male or female. And the only way you know that something is getting a sexual arousal out of you is if that part of your body is actually functioning. Well, people, class, when is the part of your body when is that part of your body most sexually stimulated or sexually working or sexually active? Probably around when you are pubescing or prepubescing. And I can guarantee you it is not when you're born, and it is not before the age of what, 7, 8, 9? Because it's starting to become earlier and earlier because of hormones and chemicals and so on and so forth. But it's definitely not when you are born. So I posit that this is not happening until you are pubescing, which means that you are developing or discovering what is your actual sexuality, or what is a stimuli to you. Now, with that submission, I am not saying that you were born a certain particular way, because I think people in the LGBTQ community, they'll say, well, that means I was born this way. No, not necessarily. Because just because you are discovering what you are stimulated by, it doesn't mean that you actually have to proceed with that level of, or with that line of action, or with that line of behavior. The behavior itself is always a choice. And it is always still a level of development, as proven by statistics, as proven by those who have gone back and forth, and so on and so forth. Because you have women, a preponderant of women today who have stated that they were with men and said, you know what, I'm tired of men. I'm gonna go over here on the female tree. I'm gonna see what's up over here. If that does not prove, in at least inconsistently, at least on an inconsistent basis, that majority of this is definitely on a performative, or at least on a behavioral basis, behavioral note. Now, actions in themselves, to what Vaughn was saying, which I agree with, actions in themselves either happen on a, on a conscious or a subconscious basis. Whether you like it or not, all actions, whether you are responding to it consciously or subconsciously, all actions start in the brain. And whether you decide you want to act on your impulses or not, you are consciously making the decision to swim down the lane of the L behavior, the B behavior, or the G behavior, or I'm gonna add one, the H behavior, which is the heterosexual behavior. So I posit, before I let people up on the panel, I posit that all sexuality in and of itself is indeed a choice. And yes, I'd posit that we don't know. Science is still determining and still figuring out what is the what happens when people's attraction changes, or attraction in itself, what causes people to be attracted to any one particular gender in the first place, okay, happening within the limbic system, okay, the deepest part, the most primal part of the brain internally, sure. And if you want to go into order of birth theory, okay, that happens to men. The later that you were born from your mother, the more men that your mother has, it's about either 15% of gay men who are born to a mother who has had more than one son. It increases their chances by, I think, 33 or 0.33%. I think it's 33%. Anyway, it increases their chances of being gay, or being attracted to, as an option, at the very least, being attracted to men, because of the decreased testosterone within the development system. But they've only found this in about 15% of men. Okay. However, even with that in mind, With twins, however, the science is still very, very, very inconsistent. And the lady who is part of the LGBT community also discussed the situation with twins as well. At least I hope I was able to show it as well. So even with that in mind, I still posit that you still have to actually perform the action, and the actions themselves are indeed still a choice. All right. So with that in mind, if you'd like to come up on the panel, I see I have one person thus far. So everybody, welcome to the stage. Welcome to the show. Mantis Punch, everybody.
Hey,
Welcome, sir. Welcome back. Good to see you, sir.
good to see you.
And on my own shit.
Yeah.
So welcome. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to be back. Yeah.
So yeah, it's good to have you. And so I don't know how much of it you saw. I'm pretty sure with all of the cuts in and out and stuff and whatnot. I don't know how much you were able to actually see. So by all means,
I did see. I mean, I did see like a little bit. I got to the part where I mean, I understood about the fluidity portion, and yeah. So I mean, I got the gist of that about sexuality being fluid.
okay, all right. Were you able to see? I'm not gonna actually play it.
Came out at
Right. Pause. Were you able to see any of this video? Because this video right here is a problem for me. Apparently, were you able to see any of this? She looks like actually that's a bad place to actually pause. Jesus Christ! All right, so we're able to actually see her insightful input on the non-scientifically consistent, at least, evidence on the I am born this way mindset for the sexual orientation process or sexual orientation component of the LGB. Not so much the T's and the Q's. I'm not gonna talk about that. And then the legal ramifications of that, and the of course the genetic inconsistencies with it.
Right. So I'm just going to have to say, in regards to that, I know there are some the argument is that sexual behavior. So in order to be homosexual or bisexual or anyway, someone has to physically perform the act, and that what makes them the homosexual, bisexual, or whatever, correct? Okay.
At least that's I won't put that on her. That is my take on it.
Yeah. And yeah, so I just want to address, since this is your show, I just want to address like your take with that. Yeah. So I would have to disagree, only because there have been studies done specifically with males in prison when it comes to rape and assault. So most of these times, these people do not have a homosexual orientation. They have a heterosexual orientation. They're just raping them just because that's the only person available, and they're being aggressive and anything like that. Most of the time, and when it comes to like self-pleasuring and all the other stuff, they only think about women, even though that they're in it with other men. So the model that you gave about, somebody, just because they're doing this act means like, okay, well, they're in this act, that means that, oh yeah, they're totally a homosexual. Not exactly, because I would infer, so orientation, I believe is subconscious, because I believe that even if a virgin or somebody who is celibate, they still can have attraction. So for me, the attraction is the part of the sexuality. So it is the romantic, because it is still like the romantic attraction. So, and that can still be subconscious. I don't believe that people are consciously choosing to say like, oh, this person is attractive, this person is attractive, or whatever, and they don't actually have to engage in any sexual activity in order to have these things. And this is a phenomenon that has also been tested. Also, that humans, we're not the only ones that have sexual orientations. Sheep also have sexual orientations, because there are heterosexual, homosexual, bisexual, and even asexual sheep. So, yeah, so it's very, so I believe that these are just very subconscious phenomena in life. Sorry, I rambled on a bit too much. I'll let you go talk.
I want to take you back to the part that you mentioned about the men that are incarcerated.
Yep.
All right. So one part that I want to specify, and I didn't do this in my intro. So obviously, I'm talking about people who are performatively engaging in sexual activity, who are of willing or consensual participation. Obviously, is who I am targeting.
Okay.
And not anyone who is, who is unfortunately forced to engage in anything that they are not willing participants of. Okay, so that I want to make sure that I'm clear on, and I didn't make that clear previously. So, with that in mind, does that adjust your position?
I'm still going to say, so there is still, I will still say no, because I still say that there are some instances where there are people who have maybe, I don't know, like they might like quote unquote experiment, but then they'll end up with a different orientation. So I mean, there's I would say there's lots of nuances to it. Because for one, I mean, there have been studies of like, some people that are like, oh, let me try this, but then they end up still just being attracted to women.
Okay, so then I want to go right there. So what do you think would actually cause someone to actually experiment?
I mean, like I said, it would have to be the subconscious orientation that, because in order to find someone, attractive to do that, they would have to have some sort of orientation. But I can't do like a psychologist fallacy and say that their subjective experience is what everyone else is, though.
So my thought on the experimentation portion, to me, is a mindset of, well, it depends on when the experimentation is happening. Okay, so if they are younger in their experimentation phase, so around the pubescent time frame, teenager, time frame, and so on and so forth, that's whenever they're experimenting. Well, the part of the brain at that point is still pliable in a sense, where it's still reaching, trying to figure out, so on and so forth, right?
Right.
In a sense, there's still some correlation with an adult brain to some degree as far as what is being stimulated as far as a attraction. Okay, but there's room for new synapses to still be created in a sense. Would you agree with that?
I mean, I would agree. Yeah.
Okay, so they're more pliable to be able to, be willing to accept or to be, I wouldn't say to be molded in a sense, to be willing to. But for an adult, however, to be willing to, that then goes into two fields. One, to your point, it had to have already been there, and they just never ever they never ever actually gave it a thought. Okay, or there is a new thing unlocked where it took time for it to develop, and then all of a sudden something sparked an interest, and then
So you're saying that sexuality can be influenced?
correct.
There's
Now,
no data to suggest that.
really?
Yeah. So because basically,
right.
so yeah, the reason why is because so unfortunately this has been like a tactic from like a lot of like I want to say not LGBT friendly people. So like back in 1977, I believe, there was a woman by the name of Anita Bryant who she started the Save Our Children movement because she believed that if people taught about well, she said if gay teachers were allowed to teach, then it would somehow influence kids to be gay. Or if basically she kind of started the whole, if you teach about being gay, then that's what turns children gay.
Okay, no.
Yeah.
No,
So
that's not where I'm going with that.
Yeah. So, but okay. So if it's not that, then what type of influence do you believe? Because there's no evidence that says that any outside force can influence your sexualities. These things just subconsciously, it can be fluid, it can change, but these are things that you cannot control. I mean, all actions you can act upon, but as far as your attractions, no. So what type of influences do you think is causing, so because you said specifically children, so what influences on children do you think are causing children to be gay?
So I'm going to clarify. I said children and adults. All people.
Okay. So
All
what influence? Gotcha. So what influences are causing children and adults to be gay?
Okay. Well, just people in general coming across certain material in general. I mean, I have a teenager, and I know for a fact that this teenager is surfing the internet, watching, getting a hold of material that is explicit. I have certain things that I have certain protections in place, but at certain point, he's gonna. I mean, it's inevitable.
So how does that explain the people?
Hang on 1 second.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. He's going to determine on his own what he has an interest in. And I'm waiting for him to tell me what he is going to have an interest in. Right? And in no way, form, or fashion, and am I influencing him or telling him what he can and cannot be. I'm waiting for him to discover and tell me. Right? So now, in adults, however, it's borderline the kind of sort of the same thing, but except it's more tangible. Are you how do I put this? Is it not possible for adults to not only experience the same thing in a sense where they visually come across visual stimuli, but then also experience physical stimuli that says, I might be interested in this more so than younger individuals? Would you not agree with that on adults aspect?
Interested in like what specifically?
Interested in other genders, or interested in other experiences with the same gender or opposite gender, or interested in other experiences with multiple people at the same time. Or I mean, come on, we're adults here. Like, do you not think that adults have the ability to switch? Because we hear women all the time talk about, switching between, stop messing with men and going straight over to women. Okay?
Well, that's the thing about preferences. I mean, you can have right. So you can have an orientation that is like, for example, bisexual. So you're both attracted to both men and women, but then you might have a preference of one over the other.
So you're suggesting that they were bisexual the entire time and never knew it.
So I mean, like I said, like their body reacts subconsciously to both men. I mean, this is of course like puberty and on, but I mean, with the fluidity, I mean, it could have started out as them being heterosexual, and then they're like, okay, I like both this and this simultaneously, and so then it gradually became like a bisexual orientation. But it's not it's just like so it's like one day, okay, like for like a woman's like, oh, I like men, but then like all of a sudden they're just like, now, I mean, maybe women also look so good. I mean, it's like look really good. So, but I don't think that like they just one day said like, oh, hey, yeah, no. I mean, I know those stimuli are there, but I don't think they are consciously like choosing them.
Well, no, I do. So remember earlier in the show, I did submit that what you are attracted to is subconscious,
right?
In a sense, right?
In a sense, yeah.
And then you consciously come to an understanding that what? Oh, okay, cool, right? There is a conscious realization of what is subconscious coming forward, correct? I did submit to that, right? And I did also say that subconscious coming to the conscious is something that then I think is oftentimes confused as I must have been born this way because I am now believing I am forced to act along the same lines of what I am subconsciously reacting to, right? At least if that is correct, that would make sense.
Right.
Okay, that's fine. So in that sense, then yes, it is somewhat of a. I'm submitting that there is some subconscious element to it. So would it not make sense, or would it not be possible, rather, that there is a subconscious element that subconsciously there could be a shift, there could be an adjustment over time, because subconsciously, and we can not talk about sex here. We could talk about anything that happens subconsciously. Psychologists have come to an understanding over time. Your subconscious could adjust to just about anything. Hell, I didn't like onions when I was younger, or just a few years ago, and now I love onions subconsciously. Okay, so subconscious has the ability to adjust, and then all of a sudden you consciously realize, I don't like something, right? Or you have a reaction to something that you didn't used to, and now you do. And it's a constant situation of peeling back layers and peeling back something. So the point that I am making is that yes, it is possible. I posit that it is possible to have an adjustment from what you once liked, shifting to one or the other if you are subjected to that, or if you are moldable to that. Some people just aren't. Some people are, or some people are, and they just refuse to make that adjustment. And some people will just choose heterosexuality, and they will never, ever adjust to engaging physically with any other gender but the opposite gender. Right? So would it not be possible that some people have mental, mental attractions to the opposite and refuse to engage with mental attractions to the same, but refuse to engage with the same and only engage with the opposite? Is that not possible?
I mean, it depends on the person, but yeah.
Yeah. So to suggest that something and I got I got two people in the back here. So to suggest that it's only one way and not the other, I think is, to what the lady was saying, it cuts people out of the argument. It cuts people out, and it cuts people out of the situation in a sense that it disenfranchises other people that's also part of the LGBT part of the argument.
I mean, I agree. No, I mean, like, I do realize that there are people whose sexuality is fluid and that it can change over time.
Right.
I mean, yeah, no, I mean, I've held that position for a while. I mean, like, I mean,
all right.
So, but
hang on, Mantis Punch. I'm going to let you finish. I'm going to bring up a couple of people. So, welcome to the stage, my brother in crime, part of the BMU network here, JT from What We Know podcast. Welcome, sir. Sorry to have you back there. I don't know how long you were back there. I apologize.
Man, I've been back here since the beginning of the show. You done had me. No, I'm just playing. I have been back there, but I was helping you. So.
Oh shit! I got worried. I was like, oh no. All right.
No. I just turned my camera back on, man. What's going on? Is my mic good?
Your mic is good.
I can hear you.
Okay.
All right. And then we also have now MJ, is your mic on, sweetie? Ma'am, that mic is your camera on?
No, but Black BMU gave me permission this week because I've been very sick. He knows. Okay.
All right. Well, we got let's see. We got MJ back here. You mind if I call you MJ, because I can't see your entire name back here?
A lot of people call me MJ.
Okay, Mahogany Roots and MJ back here. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
All right, appreciate you guys stopping by. JT, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well, brother. I'm doing well, man. I'm just up here listening, man. I do want to address one thing where when Mantis was saying that influence doesn't play a part, and his premise on it was saying that there's no data to back that up. I got a question to Mantis. Do you think that observation has anything to do with collecting data?
I mean, yeah, to an extent.
So in our observation, yours and mine, do you think that there's an influx on people being a part of the LGBT community? Do you think that there's a huge influx, let's say between the years of mid 90s to present? You don't see that there's an influx in that?
I mean, I see an influx, but but correlation doesn't equal causation. So I would say the influx is due to more acceptance of people to come out about who they are. I don't think it's because of influence.
So you don't think the influence have anything to do with acceptance?
No, I think that people, they are this way, and then once there's been more strides to have gay people normalized, and they're just like everybody else. So then more people are able to come out as themselves. And so that's why you see like a uptake of it. It's the same when we did because before we thought that left-handedness was bad, and so people try to correct it. But then once we realized, oh, being left-handed is not so bad, then people started to, say like, all right, I'm left-handed. So it's the same kind of thing.
So where do you think being left-handed comes from?
The brain.
Right. Which means it's not a behavior, right?
No.
It is something that you were born with, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that has no correlation with picking to be with someone else, or this whole thing of homosexuality versus heterosexuality.
I would say that you're predisposed to certain orientations.
What do you mean?
There is a genetic hormonal factor that goes into your subconscious sexual orientations.
So would you say that was you were born that people?
So yeah,
were born
so you were because of there's data to suggest that there's genetic and hormonal predispositions to having certain sexual orientations, which later develop in fluidity as you go on from puberty head on.
So would you say that would be the majority of people that are homosexual, or that's a minority of people that are heterosexual?
I mean, that would be. As far as we know, being homosexual is just like, I believe there's only 7.8% of people as homosexual, and then the rest is heterosexual. But that's just based on survey sampling. There could be people who say that, oh, I'm straight, but they could be lying, and so that's why the data might be mixed up slightly different. But as far as we know right now, so homosexual people are a minority.
No, I understand that homosexual people are a minority. I'm saying within the homosexuals, are there a majority of them that was born the way that you say that they were born, or?
I would say they were born with a predisposition to be the way that they are.
Majority?
Yeah, that's how it works.
So
same thing with heterosexual people.
So, boss man, were you saying that that's not the case?
I am saying that when everyone who is born with no sexuality, and sexuality is developed or discovered.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, it can be, to me, it can be molded based off of the nature versus nurture aspect. Okay, because it has been proven to some degree that that children who are growing up in the around LGBTQ parents tend to have a more of a leaning spectrum to leaning more towards LGBTQ, but that doesn't mean that isn't always empirical. It doesn't always mean that they are going to be. I'm not saying that, but they do lean more that way. And people who are born to heterosexual people, okay, tend to be leaning more heterosexual. So you have to give credence to the nature aspect of it. Okay, I'm sorry, the nurture aspect of it as well. The environmental portion, you have to give credence to that. Okay, so the environment does matter, but I also have to also keep in consideration that your environment, your environment around you and what you experience also plays a key role as well. Bear in mind that I have people in my family who are part of the LGBTQ community as well. And so for that individual, it was definitely environment. Okay. And for others that I am aware of, it was environment and experience. They never claimed that they were born with it. the born with it idea is relatively new. And I say relatively new, I mean relatively new within the past 10, 15 years. The older ones were more or less said that they more or less discovered this based off of what they experienced with another individual, or discovered that they liked something one day when they experienced X, if that makes any sense, right?
Oh, so are you saying that your stance is that no one is born
with a particular sexuality? No, I think it's all discovered, to include heterosexuality. I think it's all discovered and developed. Correct.
100%?
Yeah.
What studies are you using?
Well, let me. The only reason why I'm asking that is because, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but that's why I asked the thing about observation, right? If that could be also a thing of collecting data, right? And I observed little boys being feminine, 3 years old, 4 years old, and then they grow up and they end up being, homosexuals. So,
some boys can be feminine and not be gay. I mean, they're feminine straight men.
So that still is something. That's what I'm saying as far as observation. That is still something. That's why I was just asking about the 100%.
Okay, so let's quantify something really quick. When I say sexuality, you got to understand that there's a classification of in this construct. There's a classification of sexuality. You have to perform a certain behavior, a pattern of behavior, in order to determine what sexuality you are. Correct?
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. As far as like the 3-year-old, he acts like a 3-year-old girl instead of a 3-year-old boy.
Okay, so, however, it doesn't always mean that someone who is 3 years old and doesn't necessarily like, a boy, let's say, who's 3 years old, who doesn't necessarily like, Tonka trucks and playing in dirt and shit like that, doesn't always mean that they're going to end up being this particular sort of way. It isn't always indefinite. It isn't always, how do I put it? It isn't always concrete.
Right. And I agree that it's not always, but like I said, the particular observation that I had.
Your anecdotal situation was definitely spot on, right?
It's an anecdote.
He's a 40-year-old gay man now. I mean, I saw him walking around with flip-flops, carrying keys, and now he's 40.
What's wrong with that?
Well, no, I'm just giving my observation on it, and I'm just asking the question because it's this whole argument of you can't be born, you're predisposed, you're not predisposed, and I'm like, okay, these things are not like 100%. That's my whole thing. I don't think anything is 100% unless you're dying.
So so for me, I'll use my anecdotal situation. So for me in my life, hang on. Okay, I'll say this and then I'll let MJ speak. I'm sorry, MJ. I keep forgetting that you're there because I don't see it. I apologize.
It's okay.
I'll say this. My anecdotal situation is that me growing up. So I obviously shout out to Take Heed. Take Heed to the message. She says that I was a pretty boy, and apparently I'm still a pretty boy. Whatever. Listen. I grew up and I was always picked on, prodded on, teased, so on and so forth, and told that I was slated to be a gay man. Okay. And especially since what was happening to my sibling, okay, I was slated to be the same thing. So what ended up happening was men, and mind you, I grew up without a father, so for a long part of time in my life. So who I ascribed to obviously was my mother. Okay, so everything was my mother centric. Okay, and I had a lot of females around me for the most part. So I grew up what was back then called metrosexual, if you will. Okay, whatever. So with that in mind, people just naturally just thought that, yeah, I was going to be this particular way. Okay.
Mhm.
So if you let your anecdotal JT mindset take it to that degree, I would have been a certain way if you were to look at me then and say, oh yeah, that guy right there, he's going to be what Bernie Mac was talking about.
Milk cookies right.
Yeah, I was going to be looking for some milk and cookies. Okay. You can sit down somewhere and do some push-ups or something. Okay. All right. That's what I was going to be doing. Okay. But however, just because someone has certain inclinations, that doesn't necessarily ascribe to something that is of a certain social constructive way of being, way of acting, way of talking, way of carrying themselves. And this is why I was mentioning, this is why I'm going to mention in my next, I wouldn't say next week, but a next part I'll do, when people don't necessarily fit in to the construct that is male or female, what they tend to do is find a new way to fit in somewhere else and say, well, if I don't look like the average male, if I don't have the beard like JT has, or if I don't have the mustache like Mantis has, then I must not be what a man is supposed to be. So I must be feminine. So I must fit in with the feminine side, and you're talking to someone with nails. So, what I'm saying? So I think people fight with identities like that. So MJ, what do you got for us?
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I'm so happy to be here.
Thank you for coming.
Oh, no, I appreciate you. And I've already kind of apologized to the women, but I want to apologize to you gentlemen too for my behavior last time. But we're on a new slate. I'm just so actually very impressed to see y'all talking about this. I've talked about said topics several times, and usually this space tends to be very conservative, but the important thing is that we're having the discussion. It's absolutely okay. People come from different upbringings, going to have differences of opinion. I will not be long because I'm actually headed out, but I just got a few things to add. I'm just glad that we're having this conversation because I remember when I was growing up, I know I don't look it, but I'm 45 years old. And when I was growing up, I had an uncle that everybody knew that he was, what he was. And I loved him. I mean, the way he was. I was a kid. I had no problems with him, but I saw how the other family members would whisper and talk about this and talk about his outfits and this and that. And it made me feel some kind of way, like, why were they treating him differently? So I know that I've seen how far we've come, because back then you absolutely did not tell anybody. You just did not. If you were gay or whatever, you just didn't speak about it. And I remember people saying awful things, saying that it was a demon and all this type of stuff. And so seeing that, it made me more understanding to the just struggle of people. I will say this, I think it's both. I think it's environmental. And then I think some people, like, there's some people that say that they've known their whole lives since they were a kid. And then there's some people, my niece, she's married. She's a lesbian, an open lesbian. It took me a very long time to accept it. I'm going to get to the point, y'all. I'm rushing because I'm about to go. But it took me a very long time to accept it. And I used to do all kind of little things with her. I'm like, okay, if you wear this dress, I'll give you $50 for your birthday. And finally, she was like, Auntie, I love you, but this is who I am. And she flat out told me if I didn't accept it, I wasn't going to be in her life. And I loved her and I wanted to be in her life. So I'm just saying, I'm glad we're having these conversations because, like you just said, a lot of us are dealing with this as far as family members and friends. And us not talking about it is not going to help the situation. Whether we agree or disagree, it's not going to stop people from making the decisions that they're going to make. So having the conversation is definitely always going to be helpful, whether you agree or disagree. This is my last story. I was working in pediatrics. I think Brownie Ellie heard me tell the story. It's a true story. About maybe 5-6 years ago, and I had this a child, a little boy. But I think his name was John, but he wanted to be called Janet or something. And at first it threw me off, but the assistant came and told me, hey, and when he came in, he had a tutu and all this and that. And in my training, I had to be politically correct, and I had to call him what he wanted to be called. He wanted to be called Janet. That was a very uneasy, awkward moment for me, because that I disagree with. I feel like a child is going to do. I let my child dress up as a dinosaur, for Halloween, and then he wanted to wear the costume every day of the week. But it was up to me to say, hey, you're not a dinosaur, you're a little boy. So I'm just saying, having these conversations is a good thing. I'm happy you're doing it, and I'll be listening.
Appreciate you, sister. Most definitely.
Appreciate you. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate the insight. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
All right, take care.
Hey, boss man.
Yes, sir.
One of the things that just to tell the audience, everybody is in the audience, please, if you guys want to support, make sure that you hit that like button on Black Man Unfiltered and go over to my man, Boss Man's, his channel also. Subscribe to him, hit the like on his videos because we're pushing his video also, y'all. So please support the people that's over here. And also, if you can, if you would like to, Cash App my man, it's down at the bottom. Cash App, the $sign. What is it? Yeah, $sign Boss Man, the OBJVST. Support the people, man. That's all I needed to say, brother.
Appreciate you. Thank you. I was fumbling with the tickers here for a second. I got
that's good.
Appreciate you, sir.
Absolutely.
So the reason why it's hard to actually have these conversations, because we typically it's hard to have this conversation objectively, because and JT, you did it to me earlier. You was like, so wait a second, people aren't born with any sexuality. And yes, I'm saying no sexuality at all, because remember, sexuality is in and of itself is a construct. So zoom out just a bit. Nobody has any sexuality until they're able to fit into what society calls a particular subgroup or swim lane of sexuality. No child has a sexuality. And if you do, there's a problem. Now,
I got exactly what you were saying, because you were talking about the prepubescent versus the pubescent and the development there, and then the influence that comes with it, also environment. So I get all of that, but that's why I was just saying that it was just from my anecdotal observation, and it was more than one anecdotal observation. And if I told you that the guy was 3 and I see him in his 40s, that tell you how old I am,
right?
To be able to see something like that. So I'm not saying that it's 100. I'm just bringing the question up, because there's a lot of avenues when it comes down to this, and I think that's what make people don't want to have the conversation, because everyone that does have the conversation has this is the way it is, this is the way it should be, and then we'll come out here with the whole science and what they've proven, and then we get skewed into our conversation of what it is that we're trying to get to, right? And so, but what you're saying is this is not a thing of acceptance. This is not a thing of being homophobic versus. This is just having an objective look at this type of a subject. So that's the difference in what a lot of people not understanding, is that we're not talking about if it's right or if it's wrong. We're talking about we're just having the observation and an objective look in it, and we have to raise these questions, because and we have to do it kind of like in a way of asking questions versus having a 100% answer to it, because this stuff is kind of it's kind of shaky. So it's good conversation, y'all.
Yep. And I'm gonna also I'll let you go, Mantis, in just 1 second. I also do believe that for the person that you saw who for the young man that you saw who was this is not me being negative, who was effeminate. Okay. because I am going to ascribe myself to be effeminate. Okay. And hey, it is what the hell it is. All right. All right. Cause I can hang with the guys, but I can also cackle with the girls too. My wife and I, we have our moments where we're just, we call each other bitch sometimes. All right. It just is what it is. My wife and I be like, bitch, bye. All right. I'm sorry. That's honestly how my wife and I, that's actually how we used to talk. And we still do it now, but when we were first dating, we were like, bitch, bye. Sorry, this is just an inside thing between her and I. But she actually likes our internal banter, and people don't understand it. And people, whenever we are around each other, or we are around everybody else, they look at us like, people in the family even looked at us and was like, "Are you sure?" And it was like, "I'm very sure." But so when I was growing up, I didn't like getting dirty. I didn't like doing any of the things that regular men did, right? But I could. All right. So give an example. I told you, I think it was one show, the men were talking, I think it was a barbershop or something. The men were I told you that the guys at the church I was going to, I told you that they were looking at me, and I told you that I kind of latched on to them to teach me like how to tie a tie, how to shine shoes, things like that, and how to dress classic man style. I like that shit. And so they saw me, they knew my family member, and they saw me, and they were like, "Hey, you're gonna we need to roughen you up, we need to toughen you up, right?" So what they did is they said, we're going to take you fishing. We're going to take you there. We're going to take you boxing. We're going to take you this, that, and the other. So what did I do? Well, I already knew how to fish. I already knew how to box. I already knew all these different things. I just didn't do it. And so I asked them one time, and I asked them, why did they do these things? And they said, well, we were concerned about you because you had a sachet when you walked, or you didn't do this when you did that, or whatever. Which plays to what I was either born with, or what I was influenced by, because I didn't have a nature, or I didn't have a nurture aspect when it came to my upbringing, right? So I told myself, so what defines a man? Is it what he is it what he who is it what actions he does, or is it his character? Because all these things you tried to make me do, like go camping, which I don't mind the camping, so as long as you don't place me next to no fucking water moccasins. Okay. All right. And frog legs are fucking delicious. All right. I gig the frogs too. Okay. Yes. Black man with frog gigging. Okay. Like a country hillbilly, frog gigging. Yes. All right. And frog legs are delicious. And turtle's good too, by the way. I did all these things, but these things don't define a man. A gay man could do all these things too. So what defines a man, right? Go ahead, Mantis.
Oh, I was just gonna say, when you said that, well, I'm assuming you're saying like sexual orientation is a social construct, but like I said before, sexual orientation exists in sheep. So socially, so only humans have society. So because it exists in sheep, that means that it's not a social construct. Also, so, and also the thing about the influence. So, I mean, there are homosexual people throughout like history before like things like YouTube and all that there's even like other countries where, in like Arab countries where like they were like, being persecuted, but these were like strict countries where they didn't have any like outlets like, oh, they can't promote certain things because of course it was against their religion, but yet people were still gay. But if everything is influence, what's causing the influence then?
I can answer that.
Go ahead, JC.
Okay.
People.
What people? If everybody in society says that, oh, this is wrong, then how do you still get gay people?
How old are you?
31.
You're 31. So it's been what, 10 years since you've been in high school?
Sure, yeah.
Around about that time.
Mhm.
So if you go to high school now and you look at how high school is now, or junior high school, maybe even elementary school, it is a whole different ball game now. And that's because you have people influencing people. You have girls that are saying that they have girlfriends and they be together all through high school. And, you know, it's kind of like, it's a big influx in that. Like, you don't see it how it was when you were going to school. It's almost everyone. When you even look at it, let's look at it from this standpoint. When you talk to young women now, between the ages of what, let's go with 18 to about your age, most of these young women are saying that they're gay. Now, what you're starting to see is a bunch of gay women saying, I don't want to be gay anymore. I want to go back to being with men. That's influence. They use social media. They use social gatherings, places where they go. One of the biggest places is what? School. Spend 12 years of your life in school.
There's no data to support that. That sounds like a conspiracy theory. That's a conspiracy theory. There's many other countries who have said the same thing.
No, let's talk about here. Let's talk about here. How is a conspiracy theory when you can actually see it? You can literally see it.
Anecdote, because correlation does not equal causation. That's the fallacy.
No. What you're saying is still not going to. It's what I'm telling you is that influence still has something to do with it. How do you not see that?
So you're saying that because people think that it's popular to be gay, that makes them gay?
Yes.
It's not popular to be gay.
I think
why would people choose to make their life harder?
Bro, this is not 1990, 1980, 1970.
There's 23 countries.
This is 2024. Hold on. Let's talk about here. We ain't got to talk about the other countries. Let's talk about here. It is it's influential when you got Pride Day in almost every state. What are you talking about? Ain't nobody sitting there saying, I don't want to make myself. The reason why
Pride exists is because people still get discriminated in the U.S.
You don't think
for being gay?
Wait a minute. Okay, let's talk about that then. What is it that you're being discriminated in doing by being gay? What is it that people are keeping you from?
Housing. Let's see here. People are being discriminated for housing. People are discriminated in the past to get access to education, for medical. The right to. It used to be like the right to marry. You can be fired from your job. You can be denied hotel rooms.
And none of those, what you're saying is that is a lawsuit. That is a lawsuit. That is literally a lawsuit. And everything that you're just saying, that goes against the code of ethics.
Yes.
EEO, all of that. What are you talking about? And most of these folks that you're talking about, a lot of these folks be gay. They be the
killed.
CEOs. They be managers. They're the workers. What are you talking about? You act like it's about 3 people.
No, there is a legal court system called the gay panic defense, where people have argued in court that they are allowed to unalive gay people because of like the shock of like them coming onto them, because those people were homophobic. So those people lost their lives and they did not get any sort of justice in court because my camera code because of just the fact that they were gay.
That is against the law to kill anyone. What are you talking about?
No,
you're saying that
the gay panic defense is if somebody who kills a gay person and then they go to court and then they plead insanity because they're just like, well, they were coming on to me. I had no choice but to kill them. And then they get off.
So I understand that.
scot-free.
So let's break that down though. What would be the cause of that? What would be the cause of someone being able to even make that a case that, okay, I'm going to kill them? Is it because they were gay? Just because they were gay? That's it? There's nothing else that follows that.
Yes, they killed them because they were gay.
Okay. So I'll put it like this. You mentioned to JT that his example of influence of someone's mental ability to be to ascribe to or be attracted to the same gender or opposite gender or whatnot. You mentioned that was anecdotal, correct? Or potentially anecdotal, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You mentioned that the example that JT had given about how someone could be influenced to how society influences other people to become sexually attracted to the same gender by situation of population or popularity. You mentioned that is anecdotal and not necessarily proven by any data or statistics in that situation, correct? You mentioned that was anecdotal, correct?
Right. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying, I'm not taking it like it's like don't brush it off, but I'm saying that it's not backed by like any empirical, like it's not even backed by the American Psychiatric Association or any type of like, experts who have done research on sexuality that influence is any factor into it. So
okay,
go ahead.
That's fine. What you had just mentioned was a situation where where an anecdotal situation where one person decided to off their rocker off someone because of their perceived feeling or threat or prejudice towards someone because of their perceived sexuality. Because I'm going to assume, again, let's go back to my construct conversation. I'm going to assume, just thought here, that person didn't empirically know that person was of a bisexual or gay nature.
Yeah.
Okay, so now this goes back to my other point. Well, I wouldn't say other point, but this goes back to my other a point that I made previously on a different show. Is why does sexuality have to be something that is worn right here? Because here's the thing. If I didn't tell you, here, my ring, if I take my ring off, would you know that I was married?
No.
If I told you, if I put this ring on, and if I didn't mention wife or husband, would you know who or what gender I was married to?
No.
Exactly. So the whole thing about the LGB aspect, because we're talking about sexual orientation only tonight. The whole thing about any of that is putting on your shoulder, and again, this is not me providing any hate or any issue or any incredulous or any disdain for anybody, but I'm going to call it exactly how it is. This entire movement is literally about telling the world who you prefer to lay with out in the open.
I disagree.
Wait. Pause. I'm not meaning it in a nefarious way. What I mean by it is what is the purpose of you telling me or somebody telling another person that they are lesbian? What is the purpose? What does lesbian mean? That you have an attraction, you as a woman have an attraction or that you engage in a sexual activity with another woman, correct? Let's look at objectively what lesbian mean, the definition of it.
Yeah, I mean that's what a lesbian is.
Okay, hold on. Here we go. Here we go. Hold on 1 second. Usually refers to a woman who has a romantic and or sexual orientation towards women. Some non-binary people also identify with this term. Okay, so in other words, they have an attraction towards a woman if they are a woman. Now, the only way that I would think that is appropriate for the world to just see you and know that you are attracted to a woman that I would find acceptable is if they see you, a woman, with your wife, a woman. Would you agree with that?
They don't have to.
Well, of course. But what I'm saying is in an inclusive world, I think it's perfectly acceptable for you, a woman, to be out in public with your wife if you were a woman, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, because again, we're taking, I said in my first show, I don't argue religion unless we're going to specifically have a conversation about religion. And by all means, I will bring your ass back to 1611 on that Bible. All right. I will take your ass back. All right. Good to go. Where there was no U's and the U's was V's. Good to go. All right. That Bible's hard to read. Now. Okay. Now, with that in mind, let's talk about gays. Okay. So gay means that you have what? Now, obviously, there's an erotic or emotional sense, but not all men are engaged in the same gender as general sexual behavior, identify as gay, and as such as label used. And what in the world? Basically, you have a sexual attraction to men as a man, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So, what is the purpose of announcing that you are gay? In the workforce, at school, anywhere in the public area. That is my point. In the social construct, there is no point. There is no point in me going out in the world and saying that I'm heterosexual. That would be the same sense of saying, "Hey, Mantis Punch, I'm heterosexual, and how do you like it?"
Right, but. So you think gay people just every day just announce that they're gay, like constantly?
In a sense, from the perch where I sit, in some ways, no. In a lot of ways, yes. Let me explain. Let me explain. So
I'll be right back, bro.
Sure. Let me explain what I mean. So. And I have to quantify this to some degree, because let me pull back from the LGBT conversation just 1 second, because earlier I had mentioned that in a social construct, you essentially take what someone does and you label it, right? Okay, so go back. Some I wouldn't say eons ago. Go back some centuries ago, where they used to tar and feather somebody for what they did, right? Or they used to put liar on the forehead of somebody if for public shaming, right? And essentially, that's essentially what the church did back in around the Puritan and the Quakers time frame. You recall hearing those stories in school?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So fast forward to today. Essentially, it's the same concept where you're constantly wearing on your sleeve that you are something, that you are something, that you are something, right? Now, we as Black men, we constantly have that on our foreheads all the time, that we're black, that we're black, that we're black, that we're black. And so what ends up happening is we are constantly under the weight of being black. Constantly. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So when something else comes up in the world that, and I'm not going to deny that LGBT people have been persecuted in history because this country and this world has been battling and grappling with theocratic issues, okay, and heavily with religious influence since time immemorial. I'm not going to deny that, okay? I just talked about that last week. But we're starting to see, I think a lot of times we end up having a memory issue where we're constantly relying on what has happened in the past and having a sense of, I mean, Black people do it too. We end up focusing on, grappling with what has happened in history and forgetting how far we've actually come to some degree. I'm not going to deny you the fact that you still have issues in the LGBTQIA plus community. I'm not going to deny that those issues still exist, but they are nowhere near as prevalent in the same sense. Okay. And to go forward in life constantly wearing that your sexuality is this on your sleeve all the time, in the same sense that Black people have to wear that they're Black on their face. One is a behavior and a way of life, and one, you have no choice. And if both are looked at society as a stain of society, and you had to choose one that you could hide, well, one is definitely something you can definitely not have to always put on a business card all the time. Not saying that you should go underground and bury yourself. That's not what I'm saying. But if there was something that you could introduce yourself with in a work environment, why lead with a rainbow flag? Let them find out. Because leading with that creates a problem to some degree, especially if you're leading with that versus leading with how great of a person you are. Does that make sense?
So you're saying that it seems like you're saying that gay people, the only personality that they have is just being gay. And just being the proud, just so like the proud factor is just like, I'm gay. I have no other personality except for be gay.
That's great. That's how they seem at times, as opposed to the opposite.
Well, I mean, only the reason why like they're out is just because straight people have been normalized so much, and so they're trying to like, like in a perfect world, we would, just integrate everybody into society. Mm-hmm. And then like, it wouldn't like, orientation stuff. I mean, that's the whole point. Like, your orientation shouldn't matter, but
Agreed.
We still live in a world where your orientation does matter. And we still have people that still pass legislation where your orientation does matter.
Yes. And in those instances, I agree wholeheartedly that it should be known. It should be something that should be fought against. It should be something where it should be decimated in legislation, in regulations, statutes. I agree with that wholeheartedly. My issue isn't the existence of it in the public visual sphere. Because remember, I just said that the idea of a woman's wife or a man's husband being present and visible and open, married in the public, not being something that someone should look at as grotesque. I support that. What I'm saying is let me try. Let me look at it. Let me try it in a
So
different
wait,
way.
so you're saying that, so in a way, you're just like, if you're gay, don't compare your struggles to ethical minorities.
You have your one, yes.
It-
You have your own valid struggle to compare it to something that is empirically something that is something you are definitely born with. Yes. That is one, because me being a black man, you being a black man, JT being a black man is 100% unarguable, something we all were born with. They're still trying to find out and debate if you were born gay or not, or born lesbian or not, or born bisexual or not. Do you see what I'm saying? So to
Right,
try
no, but-
to
so-
to try to pull from that, to me, I think is disingenuous to some degree. But I think people having different types of sexual preferences, trying to discriminate against that, I think too is valid bullshit enough to have its own merit and own standing, which the lady that I showed earlier said that the court system has been using an entirely different statute other than what minorities used statutorily to win their cases in the Supreme Court, which I agree with. I think LGBTQIA plus people have merit on their own without using the same one that ethnicities use. Because I don't think you should be discriminated against because of what you choose to do sexually. I think that's bullshit anyway.
Right. But so, I mean, going back to the whole fluidity thing, but
Great.
you don't think that, I mean, the whole thing with the fluidity thing is like do you think fluidity doesn't necessarily mean conscious though? I mean, it's able to change like subconsciously. However, it's not like somebody can like, I mean, they start out there just like, oh, hey, yeah, I'm this. And then like they consciously like, do this and go back to wherever. But I would say that sexual fluidity is still kind of like a subconscious, and whether now you can consciously act on certain things, but those, I mean, like who you find attractive is still the subconscious part of it, I would say.
Correct.
Yeah.
To loop it all together, I personally believe that all sexuality in and of itself is indeed a choice if we're looking at it from a construct aspect. There is a subconscious aspect of it that I do not think that we have necessarily a choice in, to some degree. Subconsciously, no one has any choice of what's going on subconsciously. Okay, let's just put that out there. What you are attracted to, you end up finding out as once you bring what is subconscious conscious. But what you consciously decide to engage in sexually, with consent, of course, let's put that in there, is indeed a choice. Therefore, all acts of sexuality in the construct of sexuality, L's, B's, and G's, LGBs, are indeed matters in the lines of choice. You don't have to engage in all of your sexual inclinations. And your sexual inclinations can indeed change from one to the other. There are people indeed who have inclinations of both genders and only choose to engage with one. I didn't get a chance to play the part at the end, but she had mentioned because it was cut in the stream. But the lady at the end, she was saying that there was she was believed that she was born lesbian, and her parents accepted her as lesbian. But then she met a guy, and she started engaging with him sexually and started to like him and engage with him sexually. But she hid the fact that she was engaging with him sexually from her parents because she was afraid that her parents was going to be mad at her for having not engaged with men all this time. And so she was saying that how dare the LGBTQIA plus community be upset with the L community for branching off into the B community and not staying truly L? Because apparently, and I'm going to talk about this in a later series, about the LGBTQIA plus civil war coming.
What?
Yeah. So yeah, boss man, I'm gonna show you another way on how you, because you can play it. But we'll talk backstage on how to get it where it doesn't cut the stream. But I definitely agree with that. This is where it goes to the point of what I was saying also about this whole thing where I strongly believe into the whole thing of influence. I strongly believe in it because what I see now, right? When I see a woman that consider herself to be lesbian, right? And she has 3 children and she's somebody's ex-wife or somebody's, I don't like using the term baby mama or something like that, but the mother of another man's, it's like, wait, well, you're not lesbian then. That means that you're bi, but they never identifies as that, right? So it kind of like, it muddies the water. And this is why when you have heterosexuals, we looking like there's no boundaries with you guys. It's that whole thing of just being fluid. And that's what we're starting to see now. And where we can see where it's being more of an influx in is with the younger generation. I don't think that it's just this whole thing of acceptance, because a lot of people wasn't born when it was highly unacceptable. A lot of these adults that we have now, these young adults, they're born right into this whole acceptance thing. There's no way that you can still be talking about we need to be accepted when the world is 100% giving concessions to you guys. I mean, even they are overcorrecting when it comes down to it. And it's causing a problem within your own community.
Why is an influx of LGBTQ people a bad thing?
Why do you keep saying that? Who's bringing up the whole concept of bad?
No. I'm gonna stop it there. I have never said that it was a
Sorry,
bad
let
thing.
me.
Right, you keep bringing that up. That's the second time bringing that part up. And
I only mention it is
we're just speaking objectively.
Just the tone that you had sounded like, because I mean, like these, I mean, like everything that you brought up, kind of sounds like it's like a social contagion, like conspiracy.
So my only, if I had to bring up a contention that I have with it, and I had to sum it all up, my only contention with with this entire thing is, if you are going to be any one of these identities, either sexual orientation or gender identities, be prideful or proud of whatever your identity is or orientation is, and be solid in it without pulling from something that is already a known struggle, that without diluting from it.
Right. Right. That's what I'm saying.
And stand on that, because it is not a problem for me personally. I'm speaking for me, boss man. I don't have a problem with an LGBTQIA plus or whatever person that you are, because it doesn't directly affect me. But there are, don't think that because of where you are on the flag that you are impervious to any type of let's say criticism, because there are components of the community, of the communita, shout out to Angry Man there, that I have issues with. It doesn't mean I have issues with the community. I have issues with components within it.
What's the component?
Well, specifically tonight, the LGB component, I have issues with two components. One, well, I think it's just one, and it's just the issue of I was born this way with the mindset of stealing or taking from. Hey, Sparta, how you doing? Sorry. Taking from the mindset of I was born this way borrows from the ethnicity aspect of it. Because versus just acknowledging that, hey, you know what? I kind of like this, and therefore I went with it, and I like this. Because it basically says, and what the lady at the bottom says, it basically keynotes this mindset of it's not my fault, so feel sorry for me that I am this way. It's not my fault that I'm this way. As opposed to just saying, I don't know why I'm this way, but I like being this way and I'm okay with it. And if you don't like it, oh the fuck well. Do you see the difference? One is truly proud of being and solid and foundational in being what you are. And the other one says, well, I'm just like that black man over there. No, because one is strictly a behavior and one is a being. Do you see the difference?
I mean, I don't really.
Or if it's not strictly a behavior, it is scientifically not empirically proven not to be a behavior. And I'm even going to be objective enough to be able to say that it's possible that we could get more evidence and more science, because we're only at 15% of the population. Okay, 33% of a situation of if you are a male born of a mother who has had older sons, and you are the younger son, the more younger in lineage you are to that mother. So let me try and do it another way. If you are the fourth son, then there's a higher chance, a 15% chance higher than the third son, that you would be gay. And that third son is a 15% less chance that you would be gay than that fourth one, because of the lesser testosterone provided to you, the embryo, has how that theory goes. Okay, scientifically speaking. Now, I read about this, even though I don't honestly fully believe that there is a genetic aspect of it. Even looking at two twins, if it was truly genetic 100% of the time, consistently 100% of the time, then it means every set of twins, if their genetics were identical, that means every set of twins, both set of twins would be gay 100% of the time, or not gay 100%.
Identical twins, there's 52% chance of that both twins are gay, as opposed to fraternal twins, which is 22.
Okay. So what that means is, in that case, looking at a set of twins, looking at a 5 sets of twins, two sets, only 50%, two sets, only one of them, of those two sets were actually, one of them was gay. But it's not.
Yeah, but that still kind of correlates that there's genetic components to it.
But the point of it is that it's not consistent, is the point that I'm making.
Right, like I said,
I'm making room that there is some validity to it, in a sense that it's within the limbic part of the brain. I'm making room for that.
That's why I said it's you are born with a predisposition to be gay. And also, I mean, as far as like fluidity, I mean, there are some people who they're
there you go.
It might be static though.
Right. Or to have an inclination to include men, if you're a man, include men within your sexual inclination. Included. Maybe not in exclusivity.
Right. Yeah. It's just that I'm not seeing anywhere about like any evidence about influence being only environmental factors like hormone washing in the womb, genetic factors, prenatal testosterone, those kind of things, but not like influence from society.
When
That
when
don't
you
make any
say
sense.
when you exclude, hold on one second, Sparta. Whenever you try to exclude influence from society, you also have to exclude corn. Corn is part of influence from society. You see what I'm saying?
You said corn, like the vegetable?
No, the euphemism. I can't say the word on YouTube.
Oh,
XX rated corn.
oh, okay. Oh, okay. I get it. I gotcha. Yeah.
Okay, you have to include that as well. And what I'm talking about is not the deplorable mindset that everyone seems to think, who is doom and gloom, that they're going for your kids. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what is just natural and innocent, where a scrolling child or a scrolling pubescent teen or a scrolling middle-aged pre-20-year-old, a scrolling 25-year-old, a scrolling 35-year-old on the internet may look at and say and get a reaction from subconsciously and think to themselves, do I like that? I think I might try that. And to suggest that that doesn't happen, the lotion, to suggest that that does not happen, or that it cannot happen, is diminished. It's a diminished thought. Hey, Sparta, how you doing there, sir?
What's going on, brother? How are you, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Not bad, not bad.
So, what are your thoughts, sir? Oh, and Mantis, I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to and allow Sparta a chance to.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine.
All right.
I agree 100% what you're saying, because you can choose what you like, and what your environment has a big thing to do around it. Because if you now, it's very common to walk down a hall and it's seeing a guy and a guy making out, or a girl, or cross-dressing, all this stuff. But it also is your job as a parent to keep that away. You're saying, listen, that's not 100% okay. Obviously, if they eventually lean to the left, or whatever you want to call it, okay, it happens. You still gotta love them no matter what. But if you at least try to avoid it, yes. And some people say, you like what you like. Yeah, you like what you like. Like, I like big tit women. Like, I like big tit women, short, Dominican, that's what I'm into. So, but you might be into something else. Okay, fine. I'm not saying you don't like what you like, but it's also your responsibility as a parent to direct them at the right way. Like, the birds, the bees, they connect. Like, and I watched an article recently, a video. I think you played it earlier from the same podcast, that said, graphic videos that kids watch that they're gonna need lotion for is poison to the brain, and multiple reasons. And adults who still watch it is poison to their brain, because they're fantasizing their sexual encounter being this epic marathon for 6 hours, all this stuff, and that's not reality. So even watching all this graphic stuff on YouTube or X-ray websites, it's not okay. Yeah, they're trying to put blockers and all that stuff, but it's only so much you can do. But again, it's our responsibility to direct them the right way. Like, you see now teachers are cross-dressing, like, oh yeah, I'm cool with my son, having, he's actually a guy, but he's dressed as a woman. No, I'm not okay with that. And get that son of a bitch out of my goddamn classroom, I will say. I would have flipped the fuck out. And that's being nice too, because I would have said some other words I can't say on YouTube, just being honest. But it's our responsibility as parents, as adults, to say, no, we are not okay with that. We're not okay. I know what state was it? Like, kids have the choice to have a sex change as early as 12 years old. And if you say no, you can actually go to jail. That's not okay.
That's false.
It was public. Can't be false if it was public. They said it was in one state. I can't remember what state it was. So I don't agree. I personally think
the only reason why I say it's false is because you can't get gender affirming surgery until like you're 18.
I think that's too young still. I think it should be 25 and over.
Okay, so I'm gonna shed some light on that one. That is not the topic of tonight's show. That is
sorry. I just didn't want to derail. I just wanted just to point out that that would be false.
Here we go. All right, so I'm gonna shed some light on that one. Sparta, what you're talking about is California's law regarding not sexual, but gender identity transitioning, as opposed to sexual or gender affirming care, which is relative to the sexual changes versus their gender identity transformation, if you will. One is about more or less their social changes, and one is about actual what is it called? Their actual medical portion. Okay. It's partially right and it's partially wrong. Let me explain. So no minor in general can actually go and get anything done without having medically. Okay. Socially, they can damn near do whatever. Okay. But medically, however, no one can actually go and get anything done without either consent from parental figures or consent from whoever is the policy holder for the medical policy holder. However, there's a caveat. Okay.
Of course it is.
Slight caveat. One, if the child or minor is emancipated. Two, if the statutes within the state, like in Washington, for instance, if the statute in the state has a clause or has a statute that quantifies or qualifies that child or that minor to be economically stable or independent enough from that from the policy holder, they're going to infer that the policy holder is the parent. Okay. Or if that minor is pregnant, because the minor would then be considered a mother and would have to make decisions of their own volition because they are stepping into the role of parenthood. And then the other one is if there's in the situation of abuse, where in that case there would have to be law enforcement would have to come in and provide that type of quantifying separation. Those are key little indicators. But any just random minor going in and saying, I want things to be changed in my physical body or whatever, that is not actually the case. But so there is some truth to the story, but in large part, not so much. So it's more like 60-40. Go.
Okay, and I apologize. My information was wrong then. But my issue with this is, first of all, like I said earlier, I'll stick back to my statement. I think the age should not be 18. I think it should be 25 because your brain is not mature enough at 18. It should be at 25 because then at that point, I don't see anybody an adult till they're 25. I'll be straight up. And I work with some kids, and I always say, you're not an adult till you're 25. Oh, I'm 19. I don't give a shit. You're not adult till you're 25 because you're still going to do some crazy shit. I know I did some crazy shit when I was at 18, 19, to be straight up.
I saw somebody said there was a rise in detransition. No, I disagree. The detransition rate is like 0.3% right now.
Yeah,
right, but that's the thing. That's what we was trying to get away from. The whole trans thing. With that's why.
I'm not going to talk about. I just want to correct that. There's a very low detransition.
And this is the thing. It's going to be where you're going to have all kind of.
It's going to get
things
messy.
That come out with it because there's no, and like I stand on it. There's really no real boundaries with you guys. Everything is fluid. So you can just be whatever you want to be. You can be a fairy, you can be a unicorn, you can
can't identify with anything that's not within the human qualia. So no, you can't be a fairy.
Whatever it is. You got men calling themselves fairies going into schools. What are you talking about, bro?
They can't identify. You can only identify with something that's within the human subconscious.
Y'all identify with everything.
You can call yourself anything you want, but it's not backed by any type of science.
Most of the stuff that y'all say is not really backed up with science. It's about how you feel. No, it's not.
No, gender identity is mapped in the hypothalamus, but
no. We're not going to keep
that's
going.
What the American Psychiatric Association says.
No.
And the DSM-5
we're going to stay right
and the
where
World
we
Health
at.
Organization.
We're going to stay. Right. Listen, we're going to stay right where we're being at. It's not about identifying because there's right now in this conversation, there's women and there are men. That's what we're talking about.
All right.
It's women and men. All that other stuff, I don't even want to get into because now we're going to get into some stuff of how I feel and what we think it is. And then now y'all want to go out here and want to pull science over here as it's something. No, we're not going to go there. Women and men, let's go with that right there. Let's stay where we at right there because once we start getting into that other stuff.
And then eunuchs who are third gender.
Yeah. So for this conversation here, we're gonna. I got the next part in this series. Whenever I go,
can I address one more thing before you go before the next video?
Wait.
Go ahead.
Did you just say, man? Did you just say eunuch is a third gender?
Wait. Yeah, it was recognized as a third gender.
Wait.
All right, man.
Sparta, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say I actually do have a lot of gay friends on both sides, lesbian and gay. But one thing I know we all agreed on, in there is that the whole trans, gay, whatever you want to call it, the whole politic bullshit is what it is. It's fucking bullshit. And it became a politic thing now. That's all it is. It's money game. Here's money. Oh, third gender my Greek ass. There's only two genders out there. God made two genders. You can't convince anything else.
Intersex people.
Give me a fucking break.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
God also made intersex people.
He just goes, man, go ahead and play the video before I put my hair out. Please. Listen to JT for once.
I can't play the video because it's gonna cut the stream.
Oh, that's what happened earlier.
That's what happened earlier. And I even tried the thing you showed me, JT. I downloaded the thing.
No, it's another thing that we have to talk about. We'll talk about it later.
All right, so listen. All right. In the next part of the series, because this series right here, let's tone it down for a second. All right. This part of the series is about the L's, the G's, and the B's. Okay, because one, they are strictly talking about sexual orientation. Okay, not gender identity. Now, we could talk about the Q's. Okay, the problem with the Q's is that they are fluid in their sexual orientation and fluid in their sexual and in their gender identity. The Q's are quite all over the place. So I can't quite nicely and fitly and neatly put them in the L's and G's and the B's. I can't quite do that. So to be objective, I have to exclude them. So L, G's, and the B's, all right? They are the ones that are fully functional and understanding. Functional meaning they are fully aware of what gender that they are. They are aware of understanding where they are on the spectrum, and they're okay with where they are as far as okay with themselves. Now, I know that's going to rub some people the wrong way, but when you start bringing in the T's, we start talking about having a different conversation, because transgendered individuals, they all, whether we like it or understand it or not, they all suffer from gender dysphoria. And
not all of them.
I can't talk about that tonight. So, L's and G's and B's regarding sexual orientation. My stance on it is and has always been that all sexuality is a choice. So, Sparta, what is your take on the fact that all sexuality, to include heterosexuality, being a choice?
Yeah, I'm saying it's a choice. Like I said, I like big boobs. Nobody forced me to say you need to like big boobs. Like I cannot tell JT, for example, he needs to like big booty girls. And, like that's something we picked as a choice. That's what we like. And, like I have this discussion with people all the time. Like, why do you like big boobs? Like because I want to. That's the answer I give everybody. Like, why does he like big butts? That's what he likes. If you like, a sausage, good for you. But you pick that. If you like a female, good. If you like a male, good. If you like Donkey Kongs, that's good. If you like, kangaroos, that's good for you. And that's a choice you make. Like I choose to have a dog in the house. That was my choice to have a dog in the house. Nobody told me you have to like dogs. Somebody likes cats. Some like fishes, like some spiders. I don't know why, but that's my opinion. Again, it's a choice I made. Nobody told me you need to like that. Simple. Like I like tattoos. I made that choice.
Great. So really quick, there's a lot happening here in the chat really quick. So give me 1 second. I want to address a couple of things really quick. Braxton, I saw the documentary about the Fafafine. Okay. And I thought that was pretty interesting how they brought in the Fafafine. However, even on that island, they're not open to gay individuals, but they're open to the Fafafine in more of an accepting way than I would even argue that America is to trans people. So I find that very interesting, actually, and how they are, and how they bring them in around the pivotal part of society, especially around children. I think is actually pretty cool. And how they almost act like nannies in a sense, while everyone else goes and works almost like grandmas, actually, not nannies, but like grandmas. I actually think it's pretty cool. If you get a chance, everyone look up the Samoan Islands, the Fafafines. Go look it up. It's actually a pretty cool documentary. I think it's actually pretty cool. All right, so funny. I just brought that up. Next thing. Buds the God mentioned what's everyone's perspective of the video used. To me, I like the video. I like her take of the video. I mean, of the entire mindset of the argument being used. I don't think the born that way argument should be used at all, because I don't think it has to be used. To me, you are an individual. That should be enough to me. And if anyone has any prejudices about who you want to have sex with, fuck them. I'm sorry. We are no longer in the 70s, 60s, 50s, and 40s. Like, we're no longer there. If they have any problems with it, like JT said, it's an HR claim, it's an EEO complaint. Sue their asses, get some money, and find somewhere else to fucking work.
Yeah.
Okay? Get some money while you're there. Okay? To me. All right? Why would you want to work someplace where obviously that person has to seem to have a problem? But to me, you don't have to claim the same thing that a black person definitely has, which I'm definitely born black genetically. You don't have to claim that anymore. It never was a valid argument in the first place, but to me, you don't have to. The fact that you are a human being, you are a citizen, a functioning citizen, you pay fucking taxes. It doesn't matter who you fuck. or who fucks you. It really doesn't fucking matter.
Just make sure protection.
I respect you for you being a person. And I don't care if I see you with your husband if you are a man, your wife if you are a woman. Hell, if you're in a poly relationship and you are a woman with two wives, I don't give a shit. I really don't care. This is not me being facetious or maniacal. I really honestly do not care. And I don't think a lot of Americans really honestly do care, honestly. The majority of us really don't. If you're just really being honest, who you have sex with really doesn't matter. The problem is that, hey, let me ask a question. Hey, Mantis Punch, let me ask you a question. And be honest with me. Do you think that I am a somewhat intelligent individual?
No, I think you're very intelligent.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. Now let me ask you this question. If I introduced myself to you and I said, hey, instead of me introducing myself to you as I am boss man, and I'd like for you to get to know me. Instead, I'm boss man, I'm really fucking intelligent. And every time that I introduce myself to you and came across your presence, I need to let you know that I am really intelligent. Wouldn't that get annoying?
It would, but I don't. So, I mean, this is kind of going back to like what I said previously. So you think that like, so you're just saying, it's like you're saying like gay people don't have a personality other than just, oh, hey, I'm gay, like constantly 24/7. Is that how it feels like to you? That's what it seems to be what I'm kind of picking up a little bit.
At times, I think I mentioned this earlier. Yeah. At times, and I think that's what the lady in the clip also kind of sort of alluded to, but she kind of pulled back from it. And that is, if you lead with that, it pulls away from you as a person first. Because again, when we introduce each other, right. when we as people introduce ourselves to each other in this social construct, we introduce ourselves to each other as who we are and just who we are as people, not necessarily what we do sexually.
Yeah, no. That's what I'm like talking about though. Like,
yeah, sure.
These people, because all people are people, but I believe all people are, born with this predisposition for whatever sexuality that they are, and it's not that, and I feel like society is saying, oh, this sexuality is better than this sexuality. And it's not that people want to just keep on saying, oh, hey, by the way, I'm gay. So no. And in a perfect world, that shit shouldn't matter at all. Because like none of them, because you can literally do the same things. Sure. But I don't think, like me personally, I don't think that we should sexualize any person and just say like they're just like, oh, hey, by the way, I like this is like just say like, oh, hey, I'm this and blah blah. You can like mention it in passing and stuff and blah blah blah. But however, the current, the reality is we currently live in a state where, well, I would just say in America that, like I said previously, certain things are being taken away from people just because of that one aspect of them, which is an aspect that all humans have.
So this is the thing, man. Let's keep it 100. Mm-hmm. There are people that just won't never get to that point where they would care anything about anything other than heterosexual shit, right? And a lot of the reasons is because they got kids and they don't want their kids to have to go that route. Why? Because they want grandchildren. Period. How do you take out sexuality? How do you take sex out of sexuality? This is what I keep hearing. It's different. Your preference and what you like is different than what sexuality is, or gender is different than sex. Sex is right there. In a primitive state, we still, as human beings, create other human beings. How do we do that? Through heterosexual activity. That's how we do it. You shake your head, Mantis. How else can you do it?
I mean, no. I mean, like you could procreate, but that doesn't mean you have that orientation.
Listen what I just said. Through sexual hetero, sex is the root word in it. Activity. Sperm meets egg. That's how that go. Right. So the problem that we have, because even in the heterosexual premise, there are people that are against that too. That, what is it, VBF or whatever that thing is? People are against that too. People are against single mothers. Also, that's a struggle that's also there too. One of the biggest issues that we have is because we are having human beings that are not being raised and grown up the right way. That's what one of the problems is. And it's because of this whole thing that free is no, there's nothing free here. And there's going to be social constructs, and there's going to be constructs that you're going to be raised by. There's going to be traditional things that's going to be taken, and you're going to be taught those things, which you're supposed to be taught so you can be a upstanding human being, a good human being. But in order for that to happen, people have to have some type of constraints on things. No, you can't go there, or no, you can't go over that border. Why? Because when everything is all free, just free and everything, everybody is confused. That's just the real, but people are confused. That data that you be talking about, we can see it. Observation. You can see it in your family. You can see how people are. And a lot of these things is because people think that should nobody be able to tell them nothing. No. It should be somewhere involved, because guess what? We're heterosexual. And when we get to talking, we got a whole bunch of woes that we have. Guess what the number one thing that we still bring in? Having a family to be able to grow our young folks up to be upstanding citizens. And guess what we're having a problem with? That thing that we're talking about, upstanding citizens. Look how evil that we have these young folks coming up as. Mean, depressed. And we the freest we ever been. I think we too goddamn free.
Not according to the Freedom Index.
What do you mean not according to the Freedom Index? There's a Freedom
Index of countries that measures like humanitarian freedom, and United States is about number 23 on the list. There are like other countries that are more free than us.
You are living amongst people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in your observation, how do you think the world is going right now when it comes down to having upstanding citizens? In your observation, you think it's fine?
You're going to have to be specific on upstanding citizens, because that's kind of subjective.
No, it's not.
What would be an upstanding?
That's a clear thing right there.
What is an upstanding citizen?
Really? See,
because
this is why, listen, brother, I'm asking you a straightforward question. You know what integrity means, don't you? Having integrity?
Yeah.
You do understand what being honest is, right? You do understand when you're not hurting anyone. You're not even when you see these folks coming up on panels, you're not bullying anybody. You're not, You know what upstanding means. You do basic shit. You work, you stay in your lane, you help other people, you teach to each. You try to get your community wherever you live and help to fortify that community. You know what upstanding means?
Okay, so I don't see how straight people are the only ones that are upstanding. Anybody
I
can
ain't
do
talking about
that.
straight. I'm just talking about people. I don't care if you straight. I don't care if you gay. Upstanding people.
So, JT, are you saying that when you're saying that people are too free or we're too free, are you talking about a certain subsect of people, or are you just saying people in general? We are
people in general,
free?
Brother. Okay. People in general. And it's because they don't think nobody can tell them anything. They don't want to follow any rules.
Rules of what?
And do you attribute that to the live and let live mentality?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Because people don't, this is the thing, because innately, if you don't have any rules for people, they will run amok. This is why we got laws. This is why we got policy regulations and all these other things that comes out. It's to keep people in line.
I disagree. I mean, you can use logic to not do certain things.
But do people use logic to not do certain things? That's the question that I asked you. Upstanding.
I mean, with a proper education, you can, and some critical thinking.
No, I'm not saying what you can. I'm asking you by your observation. How is the world doing right now? Specifically, how's the United States doing?
I mean, it's about my subjective experience. I think we're okay. I don't know what you're seeing.
Okay. Well, you say we doing okay.
No, I mean, that's why I said it's my subjective experience. So even though I'm saying that it's okay, somebody else might not say it's okay. So there's no like absolute okay.
I guarantee it is.
Sparta, what do you think?
It is.
I think we're going down a straight hill. Simple. I think this is the worst we've ever been in the United States history. Because how? Wow. Let's say we're divided more than ever between politics and race. We're divided with our, preference of sex. We're divided in money. Jobs out there are the worst they've ever been. If you're a woman, you have more rights than any man in the market right now. A woman, you can just look at her the wrong way. It says, he's harassing me, and you're fired like that because they don't want a lawsuit. Want me to keep going? That's only the beginning of it.
So you think there? Hang on 1 second, Sparta. So you think that there is an overcorrection in that statement you just mentioned there?
Can you say that one more time?
So with the rights of the women aspect and how imbalanced that is, you think that there is an overcorrection is what you're speaking to?
Absolutely. I'll give you a great example if you want to hear one.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. I worked for a hospital called St. Luke's. It's one of the biggest health networks in North and East Pennsylvania. I parked next to my manager for weeks. I came in at 9:30. She comes in 12:30. She went on HR, says, I was stalking her and harassing her. I was terminated because I parked next to her. How is that okay? It's not. Even managing fought against this. They said, we cannot afford a lawsuit. And that's why I was terminated. Yeah. And I did go for a lawyer, and no lawyer wanted to take the case because it's on free will state of Pennsylvania. Yeah. So I got fucked with no Vaseline, let's put it this way.
Okay.
People can just do and take the liberties that they want to be able to take. And that's what I'm saying. Now, and we are the freest we've ever been. That's crazy now. That's why it got to the point where I was just like, man, a lot of this stuff, it's not about just someone being gay, bisexual, or it's not just about that. It's about the boundaries that we have when it comes down to it. It definitely has something to play on that. But at the end of the day, things get overcorrected. And guess what happens? Now you got all these different laws and policies and regulations where they like, well, shit, that whole believe all women shit, that was real. Was it not? what's going to happen is that it's going to be another form of overcorrection, right? And you don't want this overcorrection coming, because what happens is that you're going to start having people to fight back. And then it's going to be bad again. It's never going to be anything that's going to balance us out, because people don't want to go by rules. You ever seen dumbass laws and you be wondering where them laws come from? People doing dumb shit, right? That's basically what that come to. You know why jaywalking ended up being a law? Jaywalking. Because you had stupid motherfuckers not walking across the street. They want to do all kind of shit and get hit by cars and shit. Cause accidents. They got bike lanes now, y'all. All through the United States. Bike lanes. That shit used to be a European thing. Now everybody got bike lanes. Have you ever went down downtown in a little ass city with these little ass streets? You barely get 2 cars on the streets, but then they're going to put a fucking bike lane there. You know why? Because people wasn't paying attention. They on their phones, hitting people on bikes. That's a dumbass thing to do.
New York is a good example.
In New York used to never have don't they got bike lanes now?
Everywhere. It's like
everywhere. You like, what
it
the
was
fuck
like
is that shit?
dodgeball with bikes at one point.
Right. So it's because people do stupid stuff. That's the thing.
Like,
and it's because people don't want to follow. They don't want to follow rules. You got people that want to live this whole free life. It was the same thing. That was the reason why the hippies, a lot of people didn't like hippies, because they was with that whole free love thing. They was slacking, smoking weed, all on somebody's campground. Didn't want to pay a day because none of them. You had 1 million people and none of them had money. None of them had money. They just wanted to go and just live off. We're going to live off the earth and eat mushrooms and smoke weed all day and have sex with each other's women and man. That's what they were doing. Slackers. You know why a lot of people didn't like them, especially people that were in the military? Because we out here doing our thing and y'all not. Free thinking is not what that is. It's a bunch of slackers. A free thinker is a critical thinker, actually. And that's a person that don't get along with a lot of people. Am I lying about that? Why? Because they understand things critically. You're always going to have some people are more argumentative than other people, but a lot of people will not get along with those folks. That's real free thinking. This other man.
And so this is why. So, and look, JT. So you brought up something, and look, Mantis. You probably would believe this if I'm going to show you something really quick. And I don't know here. Let me show you something really quick. Oops. Okay. These are my notes for the preparation of the show tonight. And I battle with myself when it comes to the show. All right. And I made an argument for myself as if someone was arguing against me. And here's an argument here. Arguments can be made against choice simply due to the fact that a person simply has no choice but to perform / act according to what their body or mind is responding to. Thought, and here's the process. Thought, feeling to emotion, experience, arousal, action equals sex, or experience, thought, emotion, arousal, action equals sex, or attraction, arousal, action to sex. So this is me taking a moment to battle with myself on a way to prove myself wrong on how can I be wrong about this, right? Because I want to make sure that I want to try to argue this from a different perspective. Because I think a lot of times when we talk about things like this, we don't take a moment that even if I am wrong, because I'm going to admit, just because I have a show and I have a nice background, shout out to BMU, okay, doesn't mean that I'm right. You know, I'm merely bringing a different perspective. Okay. And I'm merely saying that in a construct, okay, where we don't want to practice propositional fallacy, where something is something one way, that it has to be true another. If we mix the two colors, red and blue, that we get purple. That if we take away the blue aspect, we still get red. And if we take away the red aspect, we get blue. Okay. And if we mix red and blue, we get purple. And if we mix blue and red, we still get purple. Right. So if I'm lying being the verb, that makes me a liar. If I'm cheating, that makes me a cheater. If I'm stealing, that makes me a thief. So we've determined in this construct that doing something makes me something. Okay, which means that in this construct, I have to do something in order to become something categorically. That means that when it comes to the sexuality aspect, if we are looking at the definition of it, I have to performatively do something in order to become something. That means that if I don't do something, that means I'm not something. It has to be, if it's true one way, it has to be true the other. Otherwise, we're not applying the same rules in this construct. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah.
So when it comes to sexuality, back it up a little bit. Our bodies don't become sexually active until we pubesce. You don't know that you are sexually inclined towards a actual sexual attraction until your body physically reacts to something. So for men, you need an arousal. For women, you need moisture in order to know that. Okay?
It's still arousal. It's still
An
arousal.
arousal. You need stimuli in order to know that. Okay? What I think most people think of it before pubescing happens, as younger prepubescing stage people, humans, I think people rely on feeling. I got a warm and fuzzy feeling about someone. That's just caring, because it's not truly sexual in nature. Sexual is very remote. Sexual is very cause and effect, because you can strictly have sex with someone and not feel a damn thing about them, especially as men. Okay, let's be honest. All of us as men have had sex with someone and not given a damn about them emotionally. We are more capable with doing that than a woman ever will. Not to say that women can't do it, because there are some savages out here. Okay, but men are strictly reactional. Sometimes we are reactional and we don't even know that we are. How many of us have been in classes and classrooms and a teacher have told us to stand up and we stood up and somebody else was standing up with us? Come on, somebody. We are reactive and we don't even know that we are. And we're wondering, we look down and we're like, where did that guy come from? What are you doing? We don't even know that we're even stimulated. So I even submitted Mantis Punch to the LGBT community. I even submitted and posited to the argument that you can like something and not even know that you like something until you thought about, what the hell did I just like? Because I can even acknowledge that some straight men, heterosexual men, who consciously think that they are heterosexual, get around someone who is not heterosexual, bisexual, gay, or whatever, and feel uncomfortable with them because they are feeling something that they don't know, and they retaliate in a negative way. Those men are not secure with who they are, and they retaliate in a negative way.
So, but don't you think that it's something that still is innate in us when it comes down
Yes.
to sexual? Don't you think that it still comes from, especially with young boys, that even when say that when we do get an arousal or whatever, because before I was 12, it was already happening, right? So I think that it was, and you're right, it's probably wasn't put in perspective or anything like that, but it's something that is innate in us, right? It's a part of our
It's a part of the limbic system that is encoded. Okay.
Yeah.
To be attracted, and here's the thing. I personally here's a deep rooted opinion of mine. I do not think that it's strictly just sex in the mindset of male or female. I honestly think that it's just an attraction to sex.
I think that's when it gets, but that's where I think that, for instance, I still think that it's innate for us as men to want to be at a point of just trying to think of the word, primitively, right? Want to be able to procreate. So even when it comes down to physical with women, the curves of a woman, the breasts, the visual of a woman, the pheromones that she have, the way that her voice is, the inflection, reflection of her voice, the tone, all of these different things are what makes us innately want to have and primitively procreate with her, right? Mm-hmm. So that's the thing where, yes, I believe, like what you had said earlier in the show, that these things can get us to a point where our surroundings is what molds us into that point of, it could be homosexuality or heterosexuality based off of your surroundings, how you're being raised, who's being around you. This is the reason why they say when people come and once somebody starts touching you and you are prepubescent, it can ruin you for life. It can ruin you for life. So when we're talking about this is why I say, yes, these conversations they can go so many different ways. And I'm glad, and I thank you for keeping us back on track to where we were literally talking about. It was male, female, and then what is innate in us and how we are, whether it is something that we were coerced to be, molded to be, or the thing, because it connects to that. It's not one thing, correct? It's not just one thing. Yes. It's a multitude of things. It's not just one thing. Right. Correct. It's a multitude of things that go on. And that's the reason why having the conversation is way better than us arguing with each other and talking about who's ignorant and who ain't got. No, that's not what we're talking about right now. What we're talking about is the thing that actually get a person to where they're at once they get to be a teenager, to be an adult in the rest of their life, right? So at the end of the day, it still goes down to the point where I can still understand why you would have someone that would sit back and say it's not right, right? They'll look at it like it's not right. Now, their reasoning, it makes a difference because the intentions is way more than the action. So if a person is telling you that it's wrong and then you find out why they say it is, and if they have a good argument, whether you agree with it or not, you can at least respect what they're saying, just like they can respect you saying, no, this is what I want. This is the person that I like. So when we say, I think sometimes in our conversations too, when we're talking about, it doesn't really matter who a person is sleeping with, I say it depends on who that person is to us. Like I said before, a lot of people that have children, it's a little bit different with them. Now, strangers, it's one thing, unless those strangers have the capability of influencing your young child or your older child. I'm seeing people that they transcend. It goes, that argument is it can just keep going on and on and on. Because I've seen women ladylike, wearing dresses, all these different things. As soon as they turn 21 years old, now they want to start wearing baggy pants, sagging, and now they're with women. Same thing with men, the same thing. So when a lot of times, man, we have to be at least to a point where we get our thoughts out without being disingenuous, right? That's why when I questioned you, I was just like, you think that it's 100% nobody is really there? Now I understand what you're saying, and I've always leaned on that part of it anyway. Mm-hmm. However, the only pushback that I probably would have with that is not 100%. Right. That's the only thing that I would look at, that it's just not 100%. But this is the thing we have to talk, because my whole thing is that we should not be talking about who got rights and who don't. LGBT right now is running every goddamn thing.
Mm-hmm. I disagree.
Yeah, I know you would, but it's definitely the truth. I work in a very big place. A very big place. Do you know one of the things that they just promote all the time? I had a homeboy, I was laughing. You know, the badges that you have, the badge holders that you put around your neck, they got everybody wearing rainbow badge holders. My boy didn't even know. I told him, I said, I didn't know you was LGBT. He's like, I'm not. I said, well, why you got the badge holder on? And he looked at it. I said, that's what they were. Every month, they have a LGBT awareness thing, right? On teams, at auditoriums, they got a big old thing that they do. Every month they do this. Every month. They got all kind of these are the things that I'm saying. No, y'all got you man, it's nothing that you can say that y'all don't have rights on, that heterosexuals have rights on. It makes no sense to me. And if you put the whole marriage thing, that's absolutely not true either. Because guess what? You have some heterosexuals that want to have more than one wife, more than one husband. Guess what they can't do? Have that. So it's kind of like your struggle is not the struggle that you are being people are just saying they don't like you. Because guess what? Every time somebody try to have that, if you seen the comments earlier, people was like, "Oh, this is how we got our channel messed up before, because we start messing with this." We always talk about it, but when we start being transparent and start being truthful about our thoughts, we get attacked. Ain't that some shit?
If it's
you can just read the shit about what they were saying about me in the chat. And that's why I was like, I'm not. We already, man, we done been around this thing. I'm glad Boss Man took it a different angle, because it's a different angle than how we ended up. You know, you can look on
say no.
The last 500 times.
You're free to.
You would look, yeah. You would look in our archives, on Black Man Unfiltered archives. At least I could say about 8 shows. Probably more than that, because he got over 1,000 damn shows now, and he's always touched on this. And every time we do it, it ends up kicking us in the ass.
If it's misinformation, because that would be against.
No, it's not. No, that's not true either, Mantis. That's not true. The thing is that let's be more genuous when we're talking. There ain't nobody going around here burning flags talking about we don't want gay people. That's crazy. And the ones that do is a very small minority of people. A very small minority. Anywhere you go, everybody's LGBT friendly. It's so bad when you got dudes that have to explain themselves when they getting ready to say something. Have y'all ever heard this before? Hey, before I say this, let me start out with saying, hey, I ain't got nothing against gay people. I love all LGBT. You've heard people explain themselves before they even make a damn statement.
I said earlier, if you remember.
Yes. And then when you got something to say, oh, now you're homophobic. These are the things that, and we're trying to have the same way that we try to have these conversations. The problem is that some of these folks that has been on these shows when we talk, because they only come around when we're talking about this subject right here. We talk about a number of other subjects, and you would never see them. And they want somebody, they're looking for somebody to come and agree with their premise. That's why you had that Buff the God sitting there talking about some, what do y'all think about the video? That ain't what we talking about. The video was what he pushed. And the video literally is the things that we're talking about right now based off of what that lady was saying. It's the fact that we just couldn't finish the whole video. First and foremost, I've seen the video before, and I'm pretty sure I did a show on it myself on my channel. And when I do videos, I probably do about 6 or 7 videos that I push off of it. I'm pretty sure that's one of them. That's a TED Talk, right? Yeah, that's a TED Talk. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's a TED Talk. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's a TED Talk. It is. And she was basically, and towards the end, because I couldn't finish it, she was basically saying that what LGBTQ, she didn't finish it, but I'll finish it. LGBTQIA plus people deserve is, legitimacy, freedom and equality and rights, without feeling as though they should use the born this way argument, because it basically feels as though it comes off as a way to feel pity for the community. And the last thing, in her words, were, the last thing that we need is pity. And basically, we shouldn't fight amongst each other. Essentially, I'm paraphrasing. We shouldn't fight amongst each other and discredit others because they're not truly one thing or the other. And she alluded to there being a kind of an infighting amongst that because of someone not being truly one thing or the other as well. So that's one aspect which I am going to touch on. This is only part 1. Part 2 or another part I'm going to do is discussing about the transgender aspect of it. And another part I'm going to talk about is also the infighting between the two, because there are those who are suggesting that the T's aspect of it, and maybe even the Q's, should be removed from the LGBT portion, because it is conflating and confusing and diluting from the purpose of the LGBT community, because it's conflating gender identity, sexual orientation with gender identity, and it's causing a little bit of chaos. And that's not me saying it. That is someone on Piers Morgan, who is part of the board that there's a lesbian board apparently. So it all in all, I wanted to take this step by step and talk about one thing in particular. Not Piers. I think it's Piers Morgan. Did I say it wrong? I said it right. Piers Morgan.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I wanted to take it bit by bit because it starts somewhere, right? And I think if we cannot isolate one part, think of it holistically, think of it objectively, and have an honest conversation, then we can't get anywhere with it. And I don't want to exclude anyone, and I don't want to make it seem as though people in society can't exist in harmony. But I also don't want to make it seem as though someone is impervious to receiving any criticism, because I think the community also feels as though that if you were to mention anything that was critical about their community, that you are somehow fill in the blank phobic.
And that's people in this chat right now didn't even cam up, and there, because we already know. Big ups to my man Mantis, though. I have to give you, at least he can come up here to have the conversation, bro. And I appreciate you for doing that, brother.
Yeah, no problem. No. Anytime, I'll
be right back, y'all.
Come here and talking about, subjects, because I mean, ultimately, because like I consider myself a humanist. I just want to do what's, right for like the betterment of like, human beings in general, and not, you know, have anything that leads to like misinformation that like, gets people like unalived or harmed or and stuff, and or anyway, and just make sure like there's, like a critical thinking aspect to things that are said, because a lot of times, like, I don't know, I've seen like a rise in certain conspiracies that are very detrimental and concerning. So allowing a space to kind of talk about like these things kind of helps, and 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 to like kind of express like ideas and opinions and whatnot.
Sure. Before I switch it over to Sparta, really quick, and Sparta, I appreciate you coming by, man. I appreciate it. Before I switch it over to
Told you I
you,
got your back, didn't I?
yeah, I appreciate it, man. So let me ask you a question. Do you feel or think that my approach to this, do you feel like it was nefarious, or do you feel like it was sharp or abrasive in any kind of way, or antagonizing in any kind of way? Your honest opinion.
Abrasive, no. I just I would just have to the only part that I just really kind of disagree with is well, there was two things. So one, the I guess the sexuality as a social construct. I believe the identity of calling yourself gay or whatever, that kind of has like a construct to it. But as far as like orientation, I'm more of a based on like the biological and like psychological sciences that we have, that says that all humans are born with a predisposition to a certain orientation that is fluid in some people, and then they just kind of like stick into whichever of these things. I'm not fully convinced of the whole influence thing, just because there are like many other examples where you have people of different sexualities that weren't exposed to like corn or would I'm assuming there's like this thing that like I would say like is it like teachers wearing dresses that people think that it's like quote unquote like making kids gay, or saying that it's like popular or something like that? Either or. I'm not like totally convinced of that, but no, what you're saying is no. But as far as like the fluidity thing, that part, yes, like no, I agree. I just don't think that. I mean, as far as the fluidity and like things can change, I think that's more of like a subconscious in the back. But then, like, of course, you can act on anything that you act on. That's like the physical representation of that. But there is some nuance, I feel. But going back to what you originally said, I don't think anything that you said was like hurtful or anything like that. It was just kind of like kind of exploring like the concept of like, oh, sexuality is fluid. So does that mean that I can choose the blah 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 blah? I think that of in itself is not like hurtful or anything at all, or being like facetious or anything like that. So yeah, no, I think you made like a solid, stance in your point. Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate it. But before I switch over to Sparta, I think it's people's fear of. I think it's fear when people say that someone wearing a dress could influence someone or influence their child in and of itself. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
That in and of itself would
So-
would be just someone's objective fear. Would be that in itself. Do I think it could be a proponent or a component? Sure. But do I think of, hey, some random person, okay, wearing a dress is going to affect my child in a negative way? I think
Right.
that in itself is hyperbolic. Now, if that person's wearing a dress and they are intentionally acting on indoctrination, that is different. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
That's
Okay.
what I was about. You was about to get my pushback on that one right there, because
That makes
that's
sense.
the
indoctrination?
that was the thing that I had, was the whole indoctrination. Because at the end of the day, this is what I looked at.
Does that make sense, Memphis?
It makes a lot of sense, because we've all been in school, right? And I don't know about you guys, but I remember seeing we had male teachers that were gay, right? And I'm talking
Yeah,
about,
so did I.
right. That was, and at the end of the day, now I ain't gonna lie, being a kid, it was funny to me. It was always funny because we talking about the 80s, right? 90s and 70s and the 80s. So to see a man walking around with a purse, wearing low, he didn't wear a dress, but you seen how he was dressed. He had pearls on and all kind of other stuff that he had going on. So that right there, it didn't influence me, because he wasn't doing anything, to indoctrinate, right? He wasn't pushing an agenda. The only thing he was doing was teaching math or teaching English or something like that. So it just was, my parents didn't even know. Why? Because it wasn't really nothing to us. We knew, as you know what I'm saying, as 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds, we knew who was who. It wasn't that. Nowadays, it's not that. The problem that we have is the indoctrination, is the thing of bringing the books in, is the things of sitting there talking to other people's kids about sexuality. It is those things that I have a problem with when you're talking about it in that sense, because it's directly going towards the children.
So what I have to say about that is, so there you can talk about certain topics without leaving to the sexual aspect, because sexuality is just attraction. You can say there are some people that, there are girls that like boys, and then boys like girls, and there's boys and girls, without mentioning the sexual aspect of that.
But we can't be oblivious to that's not what, man, and that's what I have a problem with. It's disingenuous to say something like that when we already see that it's right in our face.
No, I mean, you can talk about sexualizing it. The only problem people have with teaching it to kids is because they think that we automatically have to sexualize it. And if you're sexualizing, that's wrong.
That's crazy to me. That whole thing of we're talking about sexuality and you take the sex out of it is crazy to me.
Because you're attracted to the phenotypical sex of the other person. That's the part of it. That's the romantic part of you, because you need to have an attraction in order to have the sexual activity.
And it happens because
a virgin who's heterosexual is still heterosexual. They didn't have to have sex.
But you're talking about it as if you're oblivious to the whole sexual part, as if we don't have a society that's hypersexual, underloved, and over sexualized. That's what it gets to me when I'm like, no, you take the sexuality out of it when we have a problem of that whole thing of sex.
That's sexual activity. You can, like I said, it's about attraction, not the activity.
Okay. Okay. Hang on a second. But before I Terry and go back and forth, Sparta. I wanted you to have a moment really quick before I add to that. Go ahead.
We forget to add one major part of this. and I think we need to talk about it. Is arouser. We're talking about, but the dopamine in your brain makes you say, "Oh, I like that." That triggers something. Whatever it is, big boobs, small titties, whatever you're aroused, your dopamine it starts from your brain and goes to whatever you are. We don't talk about that. We talk about like, oh, you're X, Y, and Z. You're this, you're that. Listen, I'm not. I said it before. I said, I'm not. I don't care. What are you? You're straight, gay, les, whatever you are. Is I'm okay with it. When you are, not everybody, but when there's hardcore trying to force it down your throat, saying we have to change my lifestyle to make yours easier. There are a lot of them out there like that, and that's when I have issues with. They're not all of them like that. Don't get it twisted. There are about a good amount of people like that. They're trying to tell you, no, you're going to have to accept my lifestyle even if you don't accept it. No, I don't have to accept it, but I will respect it. No, you have to change your lifestyle now. Well, I'm not.
It's not a lifestyle. Orientation is just an aspect of human beings. I mean, there's no lifestyle to it.
Kind of is, if you think about it. Like, I know I'm straight.
There's absolutely a lifestyle to it. It is absolutely.
No,
that's what we have a problem.
If a straight person goes to a bar and then a gay person goes to a bar, it's the exact same thing. So one person is gay and the other one is straight. So then what's the lifestyle aspect?
One goes to gay bar, one goes to straight bar.
Hold on. I can speak on
both bars.
I can speak on the heterosexual part. We got people that are hypersexual. Heterosexuals, hypersexual, where they're so hypersexual, where the shit is so fucked up, where they're being what they call it, reckless with their sexual. Heterosexuals. So you telling me that LGBT, they're not hypersexual? That's what you telling me then. They're the only ones that's not, because y'all the ones that say, well, you just take the sex out of it.
It's not limited to straight people. There's gay people who are hypersexual, like straight people who are hypersexual.
No, I'm asking, I know, but I know what you're saying can be. I'm saying is. At a high alarming rate. If that wasn't the case, then we wouldn't have so many sexually transmitted diseases. We wouldn't have so much other bullshit that's going on. We wouldn't have this shit.
People are more hypersexual.
No, I said I'm putting both in. That's why I said heterosexual. I can tell you it is a problem. It is a huge problem. I'm asking you that, are you excluding y'all from the hypersexual part of it?
I'm not excluding anybody. It's just that I don't know what that quality of hypersexuality has to do with your orientation, because if you're hypersexual as a gay or a straight person, the problem is that you're hypersexual. Your orientation doesn't mean anything.
But you also said you got to take the sex out of it.
Right. So, I mean, like I said, it's your attraction. So there's a hypersexual man who's, going to sleep with a lot of women who's straight. And then there's a hypersexual gay person. Yeah, it's the attraction. So you can teach about the attraction aspect of it without mentioning the sex part, because it's only a problem if you talk about the sex part to kids, because that's not right. But you can talk about the attraction part without talking about the sex part.
But you're saying can, and I'm telling you what is. And what you're saying is when you take the sex out of it, you're saying that it's just attraction. Are you kidding me when we are speaking on that standpoint?
No, because you have to have the attraction in order to have the sex.
But that's what I'm saying is right there is what is attraction. Okay,
it's
back it up for a second.
Reaction in your brain.
We got somebody in the back also, bro.
Oh, here we go. Hey, welcome to the show here. The one and only Angry Man. What is up?
Boy?
Hey.
What's good? What's going on?
I'm gonna continue with my line of questioning right here, but I gotta say, if there's anybody that I did not expect to show up on my little show over here, it is the Angry Man. So hey, it's an honor, guy. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate it.
There are no little shows, only little people.
Hey, I will take it. All right, I'll take it. Thank you, sir. You cannot have any attraction without there being a sexual component or an element to it. So let's back it up. How do you know that you are attracted to something without there being a sexual component to it? And Mantis?
Like I said, so there's somebody who is a virgin, but they look at a woman and then they know that they think that this woman is attractive. So I'm sorry, it's a man that looks at a woman that's attractive. That part is the heterosexual. You are attracted to the phenotypical sex of that person, which is female, and you are a male. That is the heterosexual orientation. And so if you are a male and then attracted to the phenotypical sex aspect of another male, or female to another female, that is that of course that would be the homosexual orientation. So you can have, then those orientations are, like I said, you have a predisposition with those at birth.
Okay. I'm gonna pause you. I see where you're going, but you're not going where I need you to go. So back up 1 second, and I need you to walk down this lane. How can you have attraction without the sexual component mentally? Because whenever I view attraction, looking at something that I am attracted to or getting some type of attraction to, okay, there is a sexual component to it, to where I am imagining or envisioning or even proposing in the brain that there is a possibility of engaging either some type of sexual action with it, or I'm liking a component of what is attached to the phenotype or the physiological attachment to that individual.
No,
that makes sense.
Right, but no, it's more of like a romantic attraction. It's like,
okay, you're talking about feelings.
Yeah, because orientation is a feeling. It's all chemical in the brain.
Okay, so again, when I'm talking about attraction, okay, and we're talking about sexuality, the definition of sexuality: sexual character, possession of the structural and functional traits of sex, or the involvement of sexual activity. Okay, so when we're talking about the construct of a lesbian or gay or bisexual, we're talking about someone who is either engaging in those lines or swim lanes of sexuality, or they are sexually attracted to those individuals. When we're talking about romantic attraction, romanticism is only dealing with the actual feelings of someone. But when we're talking about involvement of sexual behavior, that is what you have engaged in or willing to engage in when you are dealing with reciprocity or receptivity of sexuality. Does that make sense?
Right, but all sexual activity comes from the chemical process of sexual orientation in your brain, which is the attraction component first. Because like a asexual person, they're not attracted to anybody generally, but they can still have romantic attractions. There are hetero-romantic ace people, which means that they're attracted to the opposite sex. They just don't want to have the physical component to them. There's also asexual people who, what makes them asexual is not the is because it's not the well, one of the sexual components, but they have a aromantic, but they, sorry, and there's also aromanticism where somebody isn't, they're not romantically attracted to anybody, but they may be sexually attracted to, because when it comes to orientation, it combines both sexual and romantic feelings toward the opposite gender, same gender, whatever.
Oh, okay, so I
Hey,
got it.
hey, Angry Man, really quick, but I'll let you have the floor. What we're talking about here tonight specifically, because I want to make sure I quantify really quick. What we're talking about here tonight is not so much only sexual orientation and not gender idea and not gender identification. So we're talking about the LGB and not the TQs. So sexual orientation only and not necessarily gender. Sexual orientation is the topic of tonight.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
But what he's saying
I know.
is problematic, because that is not the original definition of asexual. The original definition of asexual is it's usually an organism that has the capability of reproducing offspring without having a mate. That's the definition of asexual.
Thus, a chicken,
Or a seahorse.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, what you're doing is this is human beings taking words that already have definitions and creating new definitions for it to basically facilitate lifestyle.
I disagree.
Okay, then what is the biological function of that?
No, there's a difference between an asexual organism and an asexual orientation.
If you're talking about, but an orientation is what I just said. It is human beings creating a new definition in order to facilitate lifestyle.
No, so what happens is there's human beings. So it's human beings that find other human beings that don't have these qualifications, like they are attracted in a certain way, and it's giving them a label to describe this certain orientation.
Yeah, you just described what I just said with more words. It is you said giving a designation, so human beings creating a definition to facilitate a situation or a lifestyle. Because
so right here,
if you're talking about sexuality, right?
It's not a lifestyle, though.
If you're how is it not, bro? Look.
No, orientations are not a lifestyle. You can live your life as like any sexuality, and it's not a lifestyle.
Do you realize you just said you can live your life how you want, and it's not a lifestyle? Living your life is
there's nothing specific about that other than the fact of what your orientation is. You're not limited to anything else in life except for that orientation.
Here's where the problem comes in. Here's where the problem comes in with this, right? Because anybody that adheres to intersectionalism, this is the problem with these discussions. You think someone is trying to limit you when we're literally trying to define something. I'm not trying to limit you. You can do what you want. I really don't give a shit. You could be attracted to a fucking ceiling fan. I don't care. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is when you start talking about sexuality, you have to break it all the way down to its biological function, right? Mm-hmm. So when you're breaking it down to its biological function, which is why I brought up the original definition of asexual, which is the biological function of it, right? The biological function of sexuality is to reproduce. Okay, That's number one. Now, as human beings, we are different than animals, which is we don't primarily have sex just for the purpose of reproduction. We also have sex for the purpose of pleasure. So
we are animals. We're evolved apes.
See, that's a whole nother conversation, brother. We don't want to get into all of that, right?
Okay, but we are animals. We are part of the animal kingdom. We can move forward with that. Yes,
that's a whole other that's a whole other thing, right?
Go ahead. But we are part of the animal kingdom. We can agree on the middle ground there. Yeah, I know. Proceed, Angry Man. I know. Proceed.
But look, so when you're looking at the fact that animals do not primarily have sex for pleasure.
That's correct.
Not to say that they don't feel pleasure, but it's not the primary objective of sexuality within
a lot of animals do.
Not very many animals. No, not very many animals actually have sex.
There's 1,500 species that practice homosexuality.
See, I knew that was coming. Like,
okay,
brother, can we please have please have a logical conversation outside of you trying to look? This is where my problem comes in with the
No, I'm sorry. It's just that you said an absolute claim, but there's examples in nature of what you.
Mantis. I understand. What he said was there are not too many animals, or what he said was a kind of a quantifying statement in a sense that not very many animals operate with having sex for the sense of pleasure. Yes, there are animals that do have sex for pleasure, but out of all the species that have ever lived or that are currently in existence now, very few of them in retrospect or in a foil sense have sex for pleasure.
As human beings, we have a unique frontal lobe. It makes us drastically different from other animals. What I'm saying is that animals do not primarily, keyword being primarily, engage in sexual activity outside of the necessity of reproduction. That's what I'm saying. As human beings, we can choose to have sex as a function of lifestyle and also as recreation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, with that being said, when you're talking about attraction in the human mind, as far as the chemicals that are created for it, whether you like it or not, is a byproduct of that biological imperative to reproduce. Because regardless of who you have sex with, your body is still performing the functions that would be needed in order to reproduce. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So when you're talking about attraction, that is a function of the need to reproduce, whether we like it or not.
I said that earlier.
Now, the question here is the question from there is who we choose to perform that innate or inert action with necessarily is determinative by who or what we are getting that necessarily attraction to, and that necessarily is not understood as to why some people are attracted to the same or both sexes. Now, I submitted. Now, AM, I don't know how much you watch, but I submitted that we are not necessarily in control with what we are stimulated by, but we do have control with what we do post stimulation. We do have control with what sexual actions that we do consensually take. which is why I posit that all sexuality is a choice, even heterosexuality.
Well, the first part of what you said is debatable.
Correct.
If you'll indulge me for a second, like
Sure.
the first part of it, what we're attracted to and what we're stimulated by is not definitive, for the simple fact that it could be innate. But if it was innate, there would be an argument against that when it comes to homosexuality and all of those different things, right?
Correct.
It's possible that what we find attractive or what stimulates us is one of those nurture versus nature things, where it's quite possible that the things we witness and experience growing up contributes to that by the time we reach puberty. So there would have to be some sort of study done on that to try to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? To see if it's, is it just you're born liking women, or is it because of the stimuli that you witness and experience? You know what I'm saying? I would argue that because of biology, you're more likely to be attracted to the opposite sex. But again, arguments can be raised, and I'm pretty sure my man Mantis is going to raise plenty of arguments about that, which then goes into that part of the conversation where it's possible also that what a person who is not straight finds attractive is also from stimuli growing up to where you reach puberty. I think that is one of the biggest questions in modern civilization. What really determines whether a person is going to be straight or if a person is going to not be straight?
Yeah,
correct. I happen to think, excuse me for a second, sorry. I happen to think that it is I think it's a little bit of both. And I honestly think that it's more or less a matter of people being attracted predominantly to things that are sexual or just sex in general, and less about the particular genders themselves. The reason why I say that is because the number of people in America, and I'll go and pull the stat when you guys are talking. The number of people in America that are actually that are bisexual are staggering. There are more people that are bisexual than there are hetero, or anything else. And what's interesting is that people that are bisexual are actually transitioned to bisexuality later in life. And it's more than likely a situation of adjusting to that from different experiences that you experience, not necessarily when you're younger, but experience as you develop sexually, as you experience different things, sexually, with either multiple people, or as you experiment with one particular person. So I find that interesting. Or as you are stimulated by the material that you watch. So Mantis was mentioning, and I'm not calling you out Mantis. I'm just mentioning a point here, that sometimes when I mention societal influences, sometimes it's oftentimes labeled as I'm mentioning some nefarious or insidious influences, like somebody's wearing a dress and they're influencing the kids, or someone is trying to indoctrinate, and that's what I mean by societal influences. No, I'm talking about you're scrolling through Pornhub, for instance, and you see something and it's just like, oh, that got a reaction. Things like that. People can actually experience those type of things and wonder, and you hear stories about that. Apparently, even the lady that I brought up with the TED Talk, she mentioned that different experiences can trigger things subconsciously that people then, I guess, take action upon later on in life, and they never actually respond to until later when they feel comfortable to be able to do so. Thoughts?
But the problem with that, it's a slippery slope, is even though we have been on the planet for X amount of time, I don't think human beings really understand the human mind the way we think we do.
Right.
So is it possible that, say for instance, that person is scrolling through, a site and he sees something that is different than what he's used to? Is it that he's attracted to that? Or is it getting a reaction out of him just because of the nature of what's going on?
Right.
That's also possible. It could be a reaction just because human beings are triggered by sexual activity. So in my personal opinion, I think that there are times where people mistake certain stimuli for things that they may not necessarily be.
Yeah.
You understand? So it goes back to what I said about us not fully comprehending and understanding human beings and the way we operate. Like for instance, I'll give you an example. I don't really like to see people in pain, but I've seen people get punished and it actually derived a sense of pleasure. You feel me? And so then there's also the religious aspect of it as well that we can't ignore. Like you also look at it from the standpoint of, okay, is that a part of me or is that a perversion?
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Is that the that struggle between good and evil? Like is that me really enjoying, is that me? Am I a sadist? Or is it just something that I don't witness on a regular basis? So when I witnessed it, it got a reaction out of me. You feel what I'm saying? Because I don't care who you are. There's numerous things that you don't see on a regular basis, and the first time you witness it, it's going to get some kind of reaction out of you. And how you interpret that reaction, I think, determines whether or not you're going to say, "Oh, well, I must be this or I must be that." You see what I'm saying?
Right. I can understand that. JT, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that it does come from when you really it goes to back what you were saying in earlier in the show. When it comes down to a lot of the things that we do, we don't really have an articulate, definitive way of to express it, right? Because we don't understand the mind a whole lot, man. Our mind is, like they tell you, the mind is a powerful tool, right? And it can work against you. That's how powerful it is. But it's weird to me where it goes to when I was talking about with Mantis when he was saying that you got to take the sex out of sexuality. That's crazy to me. It makes no sense, especially when we're in a world that's hypersexual, right? That's crazy to me to sit back and say, well, let's not talk about the obvious thing. That big ass pink ass elephant in the room. Let's take that out of there, and then let's start talking about some bullshit that we really don't know nothing about. Taking talking points from scientists, and there's only half of the bullshit that you are, it's something that can just bolster your point. That's crazy to me. When at the end of the day, I mean, we could say that, like right now on the surface, it's a whole bunch of people that are sick and freaky than a motherfucker, man. If you actually knew it, imagine if you can just go in there and you can actually look at what type of things that a lot of people indulge in.
Yeah, slippery slope.
Slippery slope.
Because look, if we start going down that road where we're making justifications for certain sexual behaviors as if that is a natural thing, and it's like, oh, well, if this person functions this way, it must be natural. To me, that's very irresponsible, because you have people out here that engage in activities that are detrimental to other people from a sexual standpoint. You look at somebody like a Diddy. So going down that path of logic, he could say, well, that's just the way I am. You know, he could say that he gets pleasure out of drugging people and taking advantage of them. You see what I'm saying? To normalize it and make it seem like, okay, this is the thing to do. No, that's not the thing to do. There's obviously something psychological wrong there that needs to be examined. But see, the problem is we don't want to delve into whether or not there's a psychological issue when it comes to sexuality, unless it's something that's illegal. You see what I'm saying? So that's the reason why I say that is a very slippery slope. And like I've said numerous times, I don't care what two consenting adults do with each other. It's your business. I don't give a shit what you do in your bedroom. You can have farm animals, all of that shit. I don't give a shit, right? But my thing is, it only becomes problematic when that sort of thing is forced onto people that are not with that, and then they're shamed if they're not willing to accept it.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And even with that, the whole thing, I mean, at the end of the day, everything is sexualized. You got women making money off of just showing people their feet. You got people that like the dominatrix type of thing. You got people that, you know, that like it when, you know, like for instance, and you got people that praise on that. For instance, you got women that would do it. They would wear those plaid dresses with the high stockings and dress like a schoolgirl.
AJ,
and they would get a lot of they get a lot of people to like that.
Hey, the funny thing about it is, I think it was Oscar Wilde who said everything is about sex except sex. Sex is about power.
Yes.
Which is a very interesting statement. You feel me? Even to the point where I've seen certain school of thoughts where people say that the Adam and Eve story was not about an apple, it was about sex.
Correct.
You feel me? Where the crime they committed was having sex. So it's really interesting because sex is one of the things in human society that tends to get us in more trouble than anything
else. And it don't matter what walk of life you come from. It tends to get you in trouble.
Right.
Yeah.
And so Mantis, to the point, I want to bring it back to your logic, as it relates to the understanding of attraction. Okay. I don't think that you can splice. I think what the gentleman is saying, and I'm going to have to concur, to suggest that you can bifurcate attraction from any semblance of or dealings with sex. I don't think that that's possible. I think where people seem to amalgamate the two or assimilate the two is when we're talking about feeling. I think that when we're dealing with the realm of children in itself or adolescence in itself, I think if we're talking about tolerance, I think if we're talking about awareness, I think that would be fine. And I think where people conflate this issue is feelings before pubescence, before we start getting into sexuality. because before you start pubescing, everything one is going through is feelings. You're not really truly getting through sexuality or reacting to any type of stimuli when you are prepubescent. When you are actually pubescing, that is when you're actually technically going through any type of attraction sexually. Everything prior to that is feeling. If we're just going through the motor functions of the actual physical body. Would you agree with that?
I do agree. I just believe that one can express those feelings and say, there are people out there that have these feelings, and these feelings are natural without having to talk about the sexual aspect of it.
Okay, cool. So then let's quantify something then. Feeling in itself is not the same as attraction.
Facts.
Okay, so if we can
Attractions are
understand,
feelings.
no. Traction is not a feeling. The state of attraction is the actual is a byproduct of what is a reaction physically.
No.
That makes sense?
So no, I would say it's so attraction is a feeling, because it is when, for instance, if a man, like looks at a woman and he can't describe exactly what's going on, he's just like, oh, like they look different. Like there's something about them that I want to, get to know for some reason.
Okay,
that's the attraction.
Okay, so attraction is a culmination of feelings, but attraction in itself is not a feeling. The attraction is a reaction.
So I'm trying to understand what Mantis is saying. Are you saying that people are having feelings for a person that they don't know? It's a stranger, they see them and they start to be attracted to them. You're saying they're attracted to them without any inkling of sexuality involved in that? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Yeah, and to me, that's all emotion. That's no different than two friends
Because
having
all attraction is emotion.
having.
Yeah, like love is an emotion, sadness is an emotion. Yeah, attraction, those components. Yeah.
Okay, so when we're talking about a physical or sexual attraction, the attraction is the motor, and the sexual is the descriptor. So what I'm trying to get at is,
in order to have those physical attractions, in order to have the physical attractions, there is the chemical attraction in the brain that makes somebody look at somebody, whether if it's like somebody of like the same sex, opposite sex, or whatever. If you cannot describe why you want to, be with this person, like whatever, that is that subconscious chemical attraction, and then you can act on it as long as it's within a consenting relationship, whatever. But that is how it's scientifically described as orientation in the brain. Is what I'm going off of is the scientific model of orientation, of when somebody is that attraction, like it's part of romanticism, because you need that in order to have the physical and then later sexual aspect of it. That makes sense.
okay, the act, power, or property of attracting. Attractive quality, magnetic charm, fascination, allurement, enticement. A person or thing that draws, attracts, allures, or entices. A characteristic or quality that provides pleasure, attractive feature. The entertainment offering to the public. So none of these definitions describes any emotion or feeling.
I mean,
Yeah, I would
no,
argue. I would
I
argue.
mean, you're
I would
using a
argue
definite.
that.
That should
I
be
would
a,
argue.
this.
I would argue that attraction is not okay. So attraction is not based on you being attracted to someone else. Is not based on a feeling as much as it's based on aesthetics.
Thank you.
It's based on like it's literally based on aesthetics. Like when you see someone that catches your attention, there are certain things that cause you to
be attracted to
them at the biological level, right? Now, I can't speak for non-straight men. I can only speak as a straight man. When a man is usually attracted to a woman, it's for a number of things that are biological, right?
Yeah.
You got I think the word is, correct me if I'm wrong, boss man, it's neoteny. Is that the word where women have kind of softer features that are more childlike?
Correct.
You have that, which kind of triggers a male's protectiveness. So when he sees a woman that has those soft features, he tends to be attracted to that. You also have women with big hips, which is the biological thing that in your brain it's saying she's going to be capable of producing a child much easier. The supple breast, different things like that. So it's more to it than just you're not walking around and all of a sudden you have a feeling in you about someone like
Correct.
your Wi-Fi is connecting. It's not that. It's something physical. You feel me? It can later turn into something more than physicality, but initially it's physical. It's aesthetic.
Yeah. Even when you see the things that women do with the paraphernalias that they have, right? The makeup, the blush on the cheeks, and the gloss on the lips. You know what I'm saying? It's it's all of those things. Like what Black Man was, what Angry Man was saying, with the hips, with the breasts. You know what I'm saying? Even if the girl is a lot more smaller, and it's kind of like that whole asymmetric kind of look, and it only takes us a minute. Once we see it, we like, oh, okay, that's what it is. Then yeah, if you get a chance to get closer to them, if you've ever worked with women for a long period of time, or me being in the military, I've lived with women, right? And the longer the longer y'all together, the more attracted y'all will be with each other, right?
Correct.
Now, if you just let your animal instincts take in, somebody gonna be doing some fucking.
Yeah,
that's just
Correct.
what it's gonna be.
There's even an argument that can be made, especially for men, when it comes to the Oedipus complex. There's an argument that can be made that sometimes you're attracted to women that look similar to the women in your family.
Yep.
You feel me? There's that thing. Same thing with women, where they tend to be, sometimes they can be attracted to men that resemble the men in their family.
Yep.
There's a number of factors, and to answer Black Hawk said attraction is a feeling. No,
it's not.
Initial attraction, the trigger for the feeling that you're talking about is aesthetic.
Yep.
So the initial thing that causes you to begin to have the feeling is an aesthetic response. You're responding to the aesthetics of the other person.
Yeah. You know another thing too. I'm gonna let you let you go, boss man. But watch this.
Go ahead.
Again, going back to in the military. When you get deployed, right, and it's just a bunch of fucking men, you just around men, and as soon as a woman comes within, like when women on deck or whatever, nobody has to even announce it. You know that it's a woman in the damn in the AO. Why? Because they have a pheromone, man. It's a smell that they have. They ain't got no perfume on. They ain't got no makeup, no none of that stuff. But when they're in that space, you don't even have to know that they're there. You just know it's a woman in the presence.
Yeah, especially when, yeah, I agree with you. Especially when you haven't been around a woman in a long time.
Yeah,
and you're used to just being around men, and a woman walks in. It's almost you can it sounds odd, but you can almost when you smell, you taste. But
Yeah.
you can almost smell or sense or taste that a woman is in the area because you're not used to women being around. You've been around men. I felt that way. I felt that way in boot camp when I was around 96 different men, and not including the drill instructors or whatever. And then as soon as I got around Oscar Company and a woman came around, it was a drill instructor. And I was just, I could almost,
you can,
yeah,
it's like you can taste that, man. That's the attraction that you get with them.
Yeah, it's like, look, here's the thing, and I'm not saying that we all know that men and women have a lot of similarities, right? Mm-hmm. So, you know, there are the differences there. Aesthetically, there are similarities. Aesthetically, you can see a dude and his sister looks just like him, but she doesn't look like him.
Right.
So it's taste the BBL.
So it's like it's like there's a difference, and I don't know. Maybe that's because I'm a straight guy, but there's literally the reason why I say it's aesthetic is because there are certain things that I notice about women that a dude could do the exact same thing and it's not going to inspire the same reaction.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying? Like you ever see a woman sit on the couch where she sits kind of like on her side and she's got her legs up on the couch and shit?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's certain things that they do and they don't even know they're doing it.
They don't know that they know not what they do.
Yeah, and it's just like you're looking at them like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, you feel me? So it's definitely an aesthetic. There's more to it. I believe in spirituality. There's a certain part of that to it as well, energy and all of those different things, right? But to try to say that it's, for me, to say that you're attracted to someone and there's no aspect of sexuality in it,
yeah,
I'm not going to say it's impossible because I can't quantify that shit. I can't prove that it's impossible, but I will say that that's not likely. If you're attracted, there's going to be a sexual component to it. You may not act on it right away, but it's there.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's definitely there. Regardless
Absolutely.
of what you're attracted to.
Okay, maybe not. Okay, then let's meet in the middle. Instead of saying sexual, maybe physicality.
Yeah.
And the dangerous part about I think the part that everyone is trying to say is that in the social construct that we live in, and I think Mantis is what everyone's trying to say, in the construct that we live in, everyone understands that attraction, okay, is not just, it is predominantly physical, okay, and physical carries a connotation of something that is sexual in nature. So when you involve attraction equaling physicality, which most likely will lead to something sexual, and then you loop in adolescents or children in the mix of it, it carries a bad connotation. So whenever you're linking it to teaching that or involving children with that, again, the mindset is, again, awareness, again, okay. Because I've been in schools where, you know, they taught awareness. I've been in schools where they taught about different types of sex in sex education and in appropriate situations or appropriate environments. I don't see anything wrong with that. What I do find wrong is without parental consent.
Mm-hmm.
And what I do find wrong is when it's not, well, when it's normalized as a regular component, you know, mixed in with normal core conversation or core material. I think that is the part that most people, the common people. Now, Mantis, I'm not disagreeing with you that there aren't people that are on the far fringes that just has a problem with any and everything. I will submit to you that those people are there. Okay. But if I had to meet in the middle and say what is accurate and what is appropriate, I would suggest and submit and say that there is an issue when it's just normalized on a regular, you know, ubiquitous manner. Would you agree with that?
Right. It's the only confusing part is just that it's only when, so I mean, it's only when like the other sexualities are brought up about it though, because in the past it was just like, oh, I mean, there's like, oh, there's moms and dad, like, and that's not like not doing gay people, like there was moms and dads and all this other stuff. And like this is like what I mean, like all of that was like just regularly taught I mean at appropriate levels without even mention anything about sexuality to it. But then as soon as there's a discussion about gays and homosexuals and bisexuals and everything like that, then it becomes like, oh, now we have to talk about the sex part of it again. So it seems like it's only being brought up when you mention these other sexualities, but before it was just like, oh yeah, no, this is wherever. So it kind of sounds like, you know, it's like oh, we can like safely talk about this without being sexual, but when you mention these other things, I'm like, oh no, we have to go back. Oh, that's too sexual. Like we can't do that.
The identity,
but it's encompassing. But all human sexuality encompasses the. Sorry,
but the identity around mothers and fathers is not centered around sexuality.
Yeah.
That's not, it doesn't like when
neither is two dads or two moms.
When you're discussing, yes, it is because they're gay. The identity the identity of homosexuality centers around sexuality.
No, it's every sexuality centers around sexuality. That's what I was talking about.
No, it doesn't.
Heterosexual people, heterosexual people, we don't say like, oh, it's all about sex for them, because it's not. It's because they get married because they love each other and stuff. But then it's like when you have to talk about two dads or two moms, then it just suddenly equates to sex. So
because there's never been biologically, there's never been two dads. Biologically, there's never been two moms.
Exactly. So
but it's the same. It's the same attractions. The same attractions that a man has for his wife because they love each other and do all this.
That's not the part of the discussion that I'm talking about, though. I'm not talking about the attraction between two adults or the love that two adults have for one another. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is if I throw a parade for, let's say, soldiers or guys that have a guys club, we're not half naked at the parade. When there's a gay pride parade, the entire thing is like everybody's half naked and doing wild shit, bro.
Because it's a protest. It started out as a protest.
Okay, so hang on 1 second. All right, AM, I'm gonna square one circle with you really second, but Mantis, were you suggesting that Hang on. I'm gonna square one circle and squaring another one at the same time. Are you suggesting that the world seems to be more accepting of providing more sexual information about heterosexual
Yes.
information or heterosexual situations? And
Yeah.
okay.
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying that when it comes to educating children, it's okay to provide information about heterosexual moms and dads, but not okay with homosexual dad, moms.
Correct.
Okay.
And there has literally been legislation.
But
There's
wait,
literally been legislation like the one in Florida about this because they won't.
Go ahead, Manthis.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
let me just say
No,
this.
let angry men talk. Oh, I'm sorry.
Let me just say this real quick, and you can have it, Mantis, because this is confusing me. Okay, whenever straight people have a parade, we're not on the float naked or half naked or doing any of the other things that I witnessed when I saw that parade being televised. Because here's where my problem is with this, right? And this is where the issue becomes. The issue becomes where, because you just said it, it's a protest. A protest for what? It's the proposed idea or the concept that everybody hates homosexual people, so homosexual people have to throw the homosexuality in everybody's face.
Because that's how it gets noticed.
And no, it doesn't need to be noticed. It doesn't need to be noticed.
That's how every single protest. That's how every single civil rights protest did. You have to be extreme in order for people to notice.
Okay, that's not. First of all, that is not true. Okay, that is not true. Here's the thing. As a straight male, there are certain things that I'm not going to do in public with my wife because it's inappropriate. You understand? It's inappropriate. What guys like me have an issue with is the inappropriateness. I know people. I have family members that subscribe to that are, homosexual. But they're appropriate. You get what I'm saying? They're not like, okay, anytime you have groups,
So
you're always going to have
inappropriate people represent all the LGBTQ people as a whole.
No, there are inappropriate people that are straight too.
Right. And we already spoke on
have
that.
an issue with that too. We have an issue with that too. That look, if I'm sitting there watching TV and I have let's say I have a child, my kids are grown now, but let's say I have a child. If a movie is on and there's a sex scene with a man and a woman, heterosexuals, I don't want my kids looking at that.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying?
I agree.
So it's about the appropriateness of certain things. And what I notice, and this may not be you, this may not be a lot of people in that particular community. But what I notice is that there's a lot of inappropriateness that has absolutely nothing to do with being gay as much as it just has to do with being inappropriate. You get what I'm saying?
Right. But just like the example with like the mom and the dad and the two dads, you can explain that without being inappropriate. What you're saying is like, oh, we have to mention this inappropriate side to it when we don't have to.
But where did that? What did that part?
Inappropriateness is not the initial. The only reason why they're inappropriate is just because of the protesting part, whatever. But it's not an innate part of being gay
But
or
a
whatever.
parade is not supposed to be a protest. A parade is
Should be a celebration.
Celebration. That's not supposed to be a protest.
It is a celebration, but it started out as a protest, and so historically, that's why they keep doing it.
No, but this is what he was just saying. It makes it inappropriate when you're half naked, especially when you have children that's side by side with you, and you got a bunch of half naked people and all that crazy ass stuff that they be doing in those parades.
Let me ask this question. So
that's the inappropriate part.
So he brought up civil rights, right? And I'm gonna tell you the God's honest truth. I hate when that gets attached.
Yep, I was talking about that earlier. Yep,
I hate that because those are two separate things and they should never be connected.
Yep,
they shouldn't. I'm not saying that gay people can't have their fight for civil rights, but you got to stop attaching it to black people's civil rights, because if you're walking down the street, I don't necessarily know you're gay, but I'm black. So that's a different thing, right? It's a whole different thing, right? Now, based on what you just said, based on the logic of what you just said,
As far as chose to not be straight. Chose to not be gay.
Well,
no,
so
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Rights, they should have just.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You're not listening. See, this is really the problem with y'all. Y'all are too sensitive. You're not listening. Okay, what I'm saying to you is that if you are gay and you're walking down the street, I'm not going to necessarily know that right away just by looking at you. I'm not going to know that. I'll know that if we have a conversation and it comes up or something like that, but I'm not going to know that. If a black man is walking down the street, he's a black man immediately. So it's a different fight. It's a different struggle. That's the point I'm trying to make. Mm-hmm. The thing that you pointed out is you said the parade was like a protest, putting it in your face because blah, 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 you got to get attention because you're trying to raise awareness, right? So by that logic, that means every civil rights march, we were supposed to be beating up white people.
No.
Why not?
No. You can protest in whichever way. It's just that, when you get more reaction out of people.
What are you protesting? What are you protesting against in a gay parade? Just answer that question.
Protesting against bigotry.
Against bigotry of what?
Of your sexual orientation.
Of society not accepting your sexual orientation, right?
Yeah, society not accepting specific sexual orientation.
Other
than heterosexual.
Therefore, you're putting it in people's face to say, hey, look, I can do what I want, right?
No, you can't do whatever you want.
So what are you protesting then?
Protesting bigotry.
See what I mean? This is the evasive nature of these conversations, which is why it never goes anywhere. Because you're not coming to the conversation in good faith. You're trying to remain in the subjective gray area, so nothing is objective, so we can't get to the bottom of anything. If you're saying that if you're saying that it's a protest, you're protesting against something specific, because if your reaction is to put sexuality in everybody's face, you're protesting against the fact that your sexuality is not accepted. Okay, now with black people, by that same logic, when you're protesting that you are not going to be brutalized by another race, your response would be, look, we're going to show you we're the same as you, so we're going to do to you what you did to us. That's why I said, based on your logic, a civil rights protest or parade is supposed to be black people snapping out on white people. That's why I said that.
No, it doesn't have to be violent.
Okay, so in the same way, okay, so let's use a more recent example. Black people going and pilfering, pillaging, and destroying. Let's say Black Lives Matter, going in and destroying their own community, their own markets and their own neighborhoods and whatever in protest. Okay, just in the same way that is not the right way to demonstrate their disdain, dislike, and dissatisfaction of what is happening. Okay. And we can argue that the same way that people rioted and destroyed the Capitol in January 6th, it's the same way that people in the LGBTQIA plus community shouldn't be crude or lewd in certain ways. We could argue, if we're just being fair, because all three types, in some form of fashion, in some civil unrest, it could be looked at as inappropriate or a example of the citizenry not being at its best or not showing appropriate actions or appropriate examples performatively of how the citizenry should show or demonstrate their disdain or dislike for something if they want to stand for something positive or get a positive outcome.
Yeah, but what he was also, it should make sense, because what he was saying was that the parade was also a protest.
Yeah, because it's about control. So if the gay community is saying, look, we're going to come out here and we're going to be super flamboyant because you have tried to control us for too long and say that we can't be this. Black people come out and say, oh, we're going to tear up and destroy because you've tried to control us for so long and took from us.
Mm-hmm.
One is acceptable and one isn't.
And we ain't never called no protest no damn parade.
Facts.
A protest is to make you as uncomfortable as possible. A parade is supposed to be a celebration, right?
Celebration. And as a celebration, you're not trying to agitate people or any of that. You're just celebrating what you are and what you're doing.
It can be both.
And if it's both, that's where it gets to the point where this is what makes us get confused, because what you guys are doing is that you're acting like children now.
No, you know what it is, bro? What it is, in my personal opinion, is it's baiting.
Yeah.
It's, I'm going to do this because I know somebody's going to have a problem.
They're going to have a problem.
So now I have something to complain about.
Okay.
It's a gaslighting. That's basically what it is.
And don't get it twisted, because black people do it too.
Yes.
I'm about to say,
you already put it out there. Yep.
I'm about to say, because every faction has its I don't want to use that word. I was going to say deplorable.
Damn.
Every faction has its subsect of people that does something that we were like, okay, we're not them. Okay, that does something that would say, you know what, if I could have someone that represents us, I don't want them representing us. If I'm just being fair.
Yeah, and you're right about that with every group, because there are people in that group that think some of the stuff is too much.
Mm-hmm.
You feel what I'm saying? So it's in every group. Sit at the parade though. That's right.
It's just that when it comes to like I mean, I get that you're upset with like the whole parade thing. Like, no, I understand that's like you can like say like, okay, this is too much and whatever. But just to say that because this group is like representative of all of these people, and then therefore that we can't talk about these relationships in the same way that we talk about dads and moms and all that other stuff. I don't.
With all due respect, Mantis, you're fighting a battle that's already been won.
That's what I say.
You're literally fighting a battle that's already been won. Like I'm not even really comfortable having the conversation because somebody gonna want to beat me up for even talking about this shit.
Right?
You feel me? Like we don't live. Look, let me tell you something.
So wait, you feel like
right now as we speak, I feel like what? Go ahead and say it.
So you feel like okay. So you say that gay people won how?
Because
how did they win?
Because your lifestyle in this day and age is way more accepted than it was just 10 years ago.
Yes, sir.
20 years ago. In fact, not only is it accepted, but if someone doesn't accept it and has a problem with it, there are real consequences for that. Unlike black people, who, when there's people that have a problem with black people, they just have a problem with black people. Ain't gonna be no consequences for having a problem with black people.
Yeah, right. Right. It's to me, it gets to a point where I just sit back and say, y'all don't even know where you won.
They won. And
y'all still out here marching like y'all ain't won shit. Every concession is done for LGBT.
There's still like almost 500 bills that Congress has passed against LGBTQ people.
And give me one that's going to affect you. Give me one that's going to affect you.
How many were passed?
Right.
So in comparison to the legislation passed for black folk.
They just signed off on the damn Emmett Till bill.
Just recently, that brother been gone for how long?
He's been gone for a minute.
And by the way, they said that they're putting together a special FBI task force to look into the Tulsa, Oklahoma shit.
Right.
Just recently.
1917, some shit like that.
It's crazy.
So I'm going to provide a little bit of down the line here. Mantis, yes, you are correct in that in some states, especially your predominantly red states, there are bills that are coming through to be able to curtail some things that are relative to the LGBTQIA plus community. I do agree with that. On the other spectrum, on the other side, there are a lot of liberties that are afforded relative to the same community that didn't used to be just 5 to 10, 20 years ago. Okay. What I can say is that some things are bringing it down to where it's just some middle ground. So yes, for instance, in California, for instance, yes, the school is able to keep information from a parent about a child's gender identity transition on a social basis, right? Which I have some contention with, but in one instance, maybe not, because the teacher.
But did they give? But they
too.
Wait, hold on. But did they give? But this is the thing. Did they give rights or did they take rights?
So with that, they gave and took to some degree, because here's the thing. Looking at it from drilling back from it as a parent, I'm like, I want to know every goddamn thing my child's going through, yada yada yada, so on and so forth, right? But here's the thing. It took away the ability for a teacher to get involved with the student and the parent, which if the teacher is just focusing on ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, and what happened in fucking history, there will be no need for the teacher to be involved with what's going on with the student at home any fucking way, right? So, as far as the student's identity, gender identity, it shouldn't fucking matter anyway. Teach that little motherfucker what to read, how to count, and what happened. That's it.
But they've always had this. The thing they've always had it where, and I know in my neighborhood they did, where that you had students that had problems, right? And it was, right. and they had something that was intermediate with the student and the parents, right? And a lot of times, you know what they call those folks? They didn't call them teachers. They call them counselors.
Counselors.
Yeah, they called them counselors.
But look, check this out. I want to point something out, right?
Sure.
So one day I was on Fight Club, right? And while I was on there, there was a woman on there that was born a biological male. Okay. But wanted to be identified as a woman, right? So everybody was respecting this individual. And one person slipped up and said him to the individual. And everybody was like, come on, man, y'all, let's be respectful. Don't misgender the person, right? And everybody agreed. Cool. That's the climate we're in, Mantis. Mm-hmm. And right after that, someone came up on the panel and said to me, Angry man, shut up, you Mexican. And nobody said a word.
They laughed.
They laughed. Now, I found that offensive because I'm a black man.
Right.
But guess what? Nobody gives a shit. You feel me? So at the end of the day,
I would give a shit.
I'm sitting back. I'm watching as people are being ultra sensitive and tiptoeing around the feelings of anyone who is part of that particular community. But yet and still, I still have to deal with being a yellow nigga, a mulatto, all of these derogatory names that are very archaic in reference to someone who is black with a lighter skin tone. Mm-hmm. So I still have to deal with that bullshit. You feel what I'm saying? So it's annoying to me, not because I don't think people should be talking crazy to anybody or trying to make them feel messed up about who they are, any of that shit.
Right.
I just think we need to keep that same energy across the damn board.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree. No, I mean, and that is fucked up what happened to you. No, that's just blatant racism right there. I mean, as far as the trans woman, I mean, a lot of trans people, I mean, what I think a misconception is, like, people think like, oh, if you misgender them once, that's like some kind of like hate crime or whatever. No. I would say it's more of if somebody is like, what the discrimination is if you like keep on, I guess, misgendering them. If you slip up and you're just like ooh, like sir, or no, I'm sorry, ma'am, or whatever. I don't, because that is your speech. I think there's nothing, and usually people just like brush that off. It's just the people who are constantly misgendering them.
I think
it gets the same reaction to them similarly. Like, I mean, the feelings that people get with certain words, I mean, that is subjective. However, the feeling that they feel if they're constantly being called something that they're just like, no, this isn't. And then the same thing when like people are like calling you names that you don't want to be called. It's that it's that kind of feeling. I mean, to you who's not trans, it's just like, oh, people call me he all the time. I'm like, what's the point? Like, whatever, blah blah blah. But but if somebody, like, if I woke up tomorrow and then everybody like just recognized me as like ma'am and called me like, oh, but blah 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 blah, I would get annoyed as fuck.
Yeah, like for instance, I'll give you another example of something, right? It's like this nonstop harassment that I keep getting from Black Hawk.
Yeah, I'm looking at it too.
It is ridiculous. Like every time I'm on a panel, here he comes. He said, "Angry Man, stop! What racist white man called you on Chaotic Truth Show?" Oh, you mean the racist white guy that I went into a whole tangent about how he's failed his country and his woman is pretty much running him like a cuck? You're talking about that guy? So yeah, it wasn't like I just sat there and accepted what he said. I think you missed the entire point of what I'm saying.
Yeah, he was.
Nobody should be coming at each other from that freaking aspect. And I have no doubt in my mind, Black Hawk, that you're black as hell. I have no doubt in my mind, bro. That is obviously I can't stand that light-skinned nigga. He always think he knows something type shit. I know that's what it is, bro. And I look, bro. If I had the ability to create a new racial designation for light-skinned people, I would do it. I would do it in a New York minute. You feel me?
Name you the president, and I'll go ahead and join. Hey, look,
we have a parade / protest where we would be light-skinned dudes going down the street doing everything that everybody think we can't do. We'd be fighting, we'd be dancing, we'd be rapping tough lyrics, like everything that you think a light-skinned brother couldn't do.
Hey, and I'll make sure I'll represent the ones with their nails done, just for Brandon, right here. Okay, all right. And yes, at times I go with my wife. Okay, cool. So it's cool.
No, I was about to say, no, it's cool that you have your nails did. I mean, like, me personally, when I grew up, like, I had a dad that he's like, nah, you can't be any sort of like, if I catch you doing like anything sort of like feminine shit, it's like, no. But I'm just like, excited to see somebody that's like cool with that, just
so here's the thing. I find that, look, I have been taunted and pushed at all my life. All right. And I find that people who are not comfortable with who they are, I find that those people are the ones that tend to take either drastic measures or drastic steps down the wrong path. And then when they do, they want people to then accept them as something else to secure themselves into a different reality, to feed into the reality that they, I guess, want to be more secure in. And that's not the path I've ever wanted to take, or will I ever take. Okay. Yeah. I'm secure with what I am, who I am, and I am going to teach my son that. All right. And I would not have been able to secure my wife and my stepchildren and the family that I have if I didn't. Okay. Yeah. So I was like I told you earlier, and I'll share with AM because I don't know how much he heard. Me and my wife, we have our moments where we cackle, and sometimes I'm like, bitch, bye. So we have our own kind of banter. Okay. All right. And there are times when she appreciates that kind of sort of side of me, because there are times when she has a vanity, and there's something I used to do. My mother was getting herself together. I would always watch her, and so I've kind of sort of translated to her as something in my childhood. So with my wife when she's getting ready, whatever, I sometimes will just watch her get ready. And there are times when she's like rushing and she has something that she didn't quite blend. So I'm like, babe, you need to blend over here. She's like, bitch, thank you. You know, she's over here blending. There are things that I am prone to because of my upbringing. And so there are portions that she appreciates. And so we bond over that shit.
Well, you know what? The thing about it, and this is something that
no, I'm sorry, AM. No, they're not. Okay, first of all, they are not. Okay, they are not press-ons. Do not do that. Okay, motherfucker, please. All right, nigga.
Well, look,
okay, I have never gotten out of character at all on all these fucking panels I have ever fucking been on. But you are not about to sit here and do this shit to me. They are not press-on.
Yeah, well,
oh my God.
Here's the thing, right? And that's something that I've noticed. And I can identify with that because in the Black community, what you are is so narrow.
Yeah.
That you're allowed to be, especially as a Black male.
Facts.
Is so narrow that, and see, for somebody like me, if y'all don't know, I'm a creative, I'm an artist, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm the type of person that I don't like gaudy, tacky shit. So if you ever hear me have a discussion, well, you're never gonna hear me talk about that on the show because my show is not really about that. But you know, I like to decorate my home.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? Which has always been associated with a feminine
thing. Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like back in 2019, right? Where a lot of the guys in the space, they wanted to start attacking Kevin Samuels. And I had to kind of go at him about it. I'm like, bruh, like y'all are trying to confine manhood and masculinity in one box, but what you're not understanding is that there are different types of masculinity.
Yeah.
There's different, like for instance, you look at somebody like Prince, right?
Yeah.
Everybody had, you got people that make the little comments about Prince or whatever, right? But Prince is what you would call a dandy, or I think the term is coquette, right? Which is metrosexual. It is a guy that has certain traits about him that can be attributed to femininity, but he's not necessarily gay.
Yep.
You feel what I'm saying? Now with me, there are certain things about me I'm not gonna front that dudes that I know, they'd be like, why, like, nigga, don't worry about what I'm doing. You feel what I'm saying? I still kick your ass. Stop playing with me, right?
Right.
So like, I like to decorate my home. I like flowers. I like, what I'm saying? Certain shit that I like. I just like a nice aesthetic. You feel what I'm saying? But there are dudes that, I was that dude when I got my first place. I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna get this for my crib and I'm gonna get that or whatever. I wasn't one of the dudes that was gonna be in my crib sitting on a crate playing PlayStation. You feel what I'm saying? That's not me. You feel me? So I get it, and even when I go get my freaking manicures or whatever, you feel me? It's dudes that this Negro here, bro. This Negro here, yo, I don't know what y'all's rules is, but homeboy is in the chat room trying to dox me.
Which one? Who's that? We definitely don't play that shit.
Black Hawk. Black Hawk.
Wait, where is he at?
That is crazy. That is crazy.
Did you get it, man? Let me see.
That's crazy. Like, that Negro is obsessed with me, bro.
Really?
Like, for real. But yeah, like
No, let me go ahead and time it. So we ain't on that shit. Black Hawk, you gotta chill the fuck out, bro.
yeah, but going back to what I was saying, like I think personally that when we try to put men in a box, it kind of puts men in a place where they can't express themselves. They can't, and you got to realize in this day and age, you got men dealing with a high level of depression.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of it comes from not being able to express themselves and not be, like there was a time where I couldn't even have this stuff behind me without somebody saying, "Oh, you got toys back there and shit." You feel what I'm saying? So, it just depends on what you like. You feel me? And I didn't even notice that Boss Man had his nails done until somebody said something in the chat room. I didn't even notice the shit.
Yeah. Yeah, Black Hawk, you timed out for 24 hours, bro. Don't come in here with that bullshit, bro. We don't play that shit in here. And we normally don't even time people out. But bro, when you out here doxing people and out here starting to be a super troll, you came to the wrong place for that one right there. Next time you do that, you're gonna be banned for good. Please believe that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Absolutely.
That's crazy.
So I agree with you, AM. And the guy who's asking me about the nails here, he's fixed it. I've been waiting, JT. I've been waiting for somebody to ask me about these guys. So far, I've lasted quite a while without someone asking me about them.
Yeah, well, you already know that you open game for the barbershop now.
I've been waiting for somebody.
Black man ignorant ass. It's
been asking for somebody to ask me about them. All right, so I don't know. If you must know. All right, where you at? There you go. All right, Brandon. If you must know. All right. No, they are mine. Okay, they are.
Teach him me.
They are mine. However, there is an acrylic overlay on them. Okay, they are mine. Okay, all right. And you are. Well, my wife is asleep, but she sometimes be watching. She be on the chat, be looking. I'm waiting for somebody to say something about them. But no, they're mine. They're not press-ons, dude. All right, chill out. Damn it. I lasted a long time, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. All right, I've been waiting, boys. What is it? A month? Been 2 months now?
Yeah,
I've been on a roll, man. Shit. But yeah, I think people like to try to put especially, and you're right, especially on black men. I've heard so long or so many different caveats on what you can and cannot do as a man in general. Like you can't wear certain things without being attributed to femininity. You can't wear certain things. You can't do certain things. You can't, like I wear I have sugar scrub because I don't know. I don't like touching my wife and scratching her at the same time. I don't like getting dirty, but I have to get dirty to do my job because I have a 6,200 square foot house and I have things I have to do. Okay. Yeah. And then when I'm done, I don't have to stay dirty.
I've never, just the thing though, boss man, black men always joked on each other about a lot of these things, right? And it wasn't hurtful like a lot of people would say.
Hey, Jones, first of all, I pay somebody to paint my nails, by the way. You better get this shit right. I pay good money, and it's good gel, by the way. Okay, they mix a specific kind to make sure that it is natural as fucking possible. Okay, you better get it right. I pay good money for this shit.
Look, it's always been it, man. I mean, even when you don't do shit, you know what I'm saying? It could just be it could just be a way that you move one time. You know what I'm saying? It's like we've always had it. I just hate that people have gotten to this point now where it's just super fucking sensitive, man, and it's just like overkill. And us as heterosexual men, we the ones that get the brink of all of it. And everybody be going at us. It don't matter what, if it's a race thing, if it's a gender thing, if it's the homosexuals, they be coming at us. And then when we come back at people, then they like, these motherfuckers ain't shit. That's what we have to do. But we've always came to, it's kind of like that with us. We've always came at each other like that, no matter what it was. Whatever. Like,
it ain't even
go ahead.
It ain't even got to be your nails, bro. Because look, it doesn't matter what it is. Like the moment that niggas see something that they don't agree with,
of course,
it's like I catch hell for dyeing my beard.
Me too.
No, I've never had a single woman say anything about my beard dye. It's always guys. Hey, why you dyeing your beard, nigga? Why do you care?
Why do you motherfucking care? Right. Yeah, the women, they love it. But see, this is the thing, because they know that you have a healthy, we got healthy beards. Yeah. At the end of the day, you ain't got, when we call my shit Z, you can't just have this type of shit and just leave this motherfucker like it is, nigga.
Exactly.
Nah, you can tell the ones that don't take care of their beards and the ones that do. Yeah. Right? It's the same thing. Even when it came down to like going to spas and stuff, motherfuckers get their feet done, they get their hair, they motherfucker, I'd rather for a woman to say you got decent ass feet. See, I'm an athlete. My feet can only be as decent as I don't want it to be looking all fucked up, right? So that's the thing. Niggas will say some shit about that. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter what it is, but it's always been with most of us when we know each other. It's always been in fun. Yeah. Niggas know how to joan. That's how we know how to, come back. But it's now we have to. And this is one of the things I just can't stand about social media or specifically, YouTube. I don't really like mixing with motherfuckers that don't know how to mix with people like me. I don't know. They don't know. They really don't know how to really intermingle. Because they'll sit back and talk all kind of slick shit. And then when a motherfucker come back at them with some slick shit, now they want to rage, either rage quit, or now they want to start trying to dox you and all kind of crazy ass shit like that. Mm-hmm. You're like, nigga, I don't know you. I don't give a fuck about you. You said something, you wanted my attention, I give it to you for a minute. And then I'm going about my business. This is what we always do.
But see, here's the interesting thing about this, right? There used to be a time where there was a such thing as a gentleman.
Yes.
And gentlemen took care of themselves.
Correct.
And nowadays it's like we've had so many shows where we talked about this, where you're dealing with guys that, quite frankly, like for instance, we was on a show where Jay Prince for president was up there, and they was talking about how he had some skid marks.
Yeah.
And I went in the other room and I came back with some dude wipes. And I was like, bro, you need some of these, right? And he was like, y'all is weird. You be wiping your butt with baby wipes. You know what I told him? I said, bro, you can keep wiping your behind like a caveman if you like. You uncouth savage. Like, what is wrong with you Negroes? Bruh,
the nerve of these niggas.
Bruh, the nerve. Like, look, here's the thing. I said, first of all, bro, you cannot properly take care of that situation down there with some dry paper. I'm sorry.
Right.
You can't do it, bro. You need you some wipes, and you need you a bidet, nigga. Like, get civilized. You feel what I'm saying? Like, bro, you might as well be wiping your butt with leaves. What are we doing? It's crazy. And we had the conversation about, he was like, yo, y'all be getting manicures? Yeah, go man. Get manicure, go get my feet done, all of that shit, bro. Might even go get a facial.
Yeah.
You niggas is running around here looking like who did it and why, and then wondering why you're having trouble with women.
Right. Niggas 40 and 50 who still got acne. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck we talking about, man?
Crazy.
That was weird as shit when he said that. I was like, no, bro, because this is the thing. When you hear a lot of these women and they say, what is it about men that you don't like? I just be so amazed when I hear women say, I don't like a man that got skid marks, or a man that smell like shit. I be like, y'all be fucking with these niggas like that? The women that I would mess around with, dog, it's a total turn off if your breath stink, period.
Yeah. Yeah.
If your skin, you know how you ever been around somebody that just all they do is just drink and they got alcohol coming out their pores, dog?
Yeah.
So when you talking about taking care of yourself, man, a lot of these dudes, I just didn't believe it was that many cats, dog, that don't really take care of themselves, man.
Well, no, it's because they think that masculinity is associated with barbarism for some reason.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They think that, you know, like they don't understand we live in the modern age. We're civilized men. You can get violent and all of that stuff, but you're like, bruh, I done had so many discussions with these dudes on my channel. I said, bruh, I'm not, you know, what does Styles P say? I'm a gangster and a gentleman.
Yeah.
I know what a place setting is. I can take my ass to a dinner and behave properly at the damn table.
And know which fork to use.
Exactly. Know where the forks are supposed to go.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? But it's sad because you have too many men in this day and age that just they don't understand what a Renaissance man is.
Yeah.
Or the concept of taking care of yourself. Like, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and being able to show up to any type of event. You know what I'm saying? I was talking to Izzy about that. He was like, man, I don't wear suits like that, but I got suits.
Oh, bro. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about that dude. Let me tell you something about that dude. Like, don't ever go with that dude to the freaking mall. Don't ever do it. That brother, he'll put a chick to shame the way he be shopping.
The way he said it, yeah. Yeah.
But
so very meticulous on the shit that he get.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. That's what I got homies like that. I ain't nowhere near it, man. I just like to be, my shit gonna be neat. I got the kicks, I got all of that stuff, but yeah, and that's one thing he did say. He said, nigga, when they come down to that shit, but he was saying, I got suits, nigga. I know how to, you know what I'm saying, tie, I know all of that. I think he said because his father wore suits all the time or something like that. But it was the same thing with me. I got a shitload of suits. And I started out, my father was the one that got me to start out with basic colors.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And being in Detroit, that's kind of hard because niggas be, when they used to wear them suits, boy, you 9-layer colors all damn day. You're like, damn. So I had to learn the basics first. And then, you can step on out there, whatever. And different fragrances. You be amazed at a bunch of dudes that don't know, they just go get shit.
Yeah.
Niggas mixing goddamn colognes, don't know how. They don't know the difference between a spray cologne and a splash. You know what I'm saying? Oil base.
They don't even know the difference between what type of cologne they're supposed to wear for what.
Yep.
For their own pheromone.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's not as bad. Like a lot of women would think that dudes are just, we get up throwing them old pair of jeans and we gone. Nah, that ain't how not black guys. A lot of us is like that, man. We're very meticulous about how we are presenting ourselves out there. It's starting to be a little bit different now because you got all this wild hair wearing and shit like that. And, and I have no problem with locks and stuff like that, man. But it's like a lot of cats wearing these locks, don't even take care of their locks. It's like having a beard. It's like having all the things that we have, man. You got to take care of this stuff. You got to have some maintenance on it.
Look, these niggas couldn't wait until they started doing all of that shit because it gives them the excuse to be lazy.
Yep.
You feel me? You give them this, and see, they don't realize, like, they don't know what it's like when you get that reaction from women when you are a certain way. You feel me? When you operate a certain way as far as how your hygiene, how you take care of yourself, and all of those different things. So I don't know. Yeah. I don't even see, in this day and age, I don't even see guys really taking pride in getting fresh. I don't even see that no more.
Right.
I don't even see that.
Right. It used to be funny because when I was younger, and that was just how I grew up. If I'm going to a event, depending on what the event is, I'm always going to the fucking mall. That's how I used to get my collection up. Yeah. No matter what it was, all right, I'm about to go for this. I'm going, especially when it comes down to the kicks. You know what I'm saying? When it comes down to certain things, that's how you get your shit up. On top of, that's especially, being in the military, we weren't making a whole lot of money, man. And for 13 weeks, you ain't wearing nothing but a uniform. You know what I'm saying? And so when you get a chance to get out and you actually start going to a permanent party somewhere and you are living there now, you got to get your whole, I was young. So a lot of shit I had was high school shit. So I had to get out of that high school shit, man.
What the hell?
What are you saying?
I don't chew when I eat a banana.
That's jacked up.
Brandon, you crazy motherfucker, man.
What does that even mean? Okay. All right, Brandon, you're gonna have to explain that one. Okay,
it's a gay joke.
I don't get it.
It's a gay joke.
Got it. Okay, all right. Now I got it. All right.
Yeah.
Fuck it. Whatever.
Right.
Horrible. Just horrible.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I make you feel that way.
Right.
Say it again.
I said people have no humanity anymore.
None.
Just savages. I'll be right back, man.
Go ahead. I'm sorry I make you feel that way. But as you can see, Mantis, I think for the most part, I think in every I guess subgroup or subculture, for the most part, there's criticism, I think, just about all the way around, even in the heterosexual community. As you can see, I get it. Okay, right. AM gets it. All right, but I think in every subgroup, there's also room for criticism, or constructive criticism. And I think in the LGBTQ community, I think there is room for some constructive criticism. And I think the community has to be tolerant to some criticism.
I agree. No one's safe from criticism.
And if you want the community, if you want the, I'm still Anger Man's word, if you want the communita to be able to accept and tolerate you, you have to be also willing to take some criticism as well, and some constructive ones. Now, I'm going to be offering plenty, okay? But I'm also willing to suggest that the world be able to understand who everyone is, why everyone is, and accept some tolerance as well, and offer some objective opinions and objective understanding. But y'all have got to be able to accept the same thing as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, of course, yeah.
So with that in mind, my opinion about the entire thing, it's not absolute. And AM offered a different perspective. For me as a whole, I just think sexuality in itself, I'm going to have multiple parts about this, as I mentioned. The second part is going to be about the T's. Okay, Brandon, you can donate to my Cash App scrolling below. If you like, you can also donate to the BMU network as well. But my Cash App is right there. I appreciate you. Appreciate it. I'm going to be also talking about transgender issues as well. I want to say issues, but transgender related problems as well. That's going to be an interesting one. And specifically about that, I'm going to be starting with where it all started as far as transgenders, starting from gender dysphoria. Okay. And again, that's going to be a hot topic as well. But I want to start where it all starts. Okay. But for this one right here, where it all starts for LGBs is the sexual orientation part. Okay. And I, again, I don't want to tarry away or take away from, the LGB's plight, because I think who you are is not your sexuality. Who you are is the fact that you are an individual, you're a human being. Everyone has rights. Everyone, should be protected. Everyone should be able to live, love, and do and be who you want to be. Live how you want to live. Live for the pursuit of happiness. As everyone is covered under the Bill of Rights, everyone's covered under the Constitution. And I don't think you should be your sexuality. I think you should just be who you are, if that makes any sense. And AM, I don't know if you disagree with that, but you can chime in and let me know if you want to opine and provide some more color to what I just said.
Yeah, I have a live and let live policy. I don't necessarily agree with that for myself. You know what I'm saying? But I can't live somebody else's life for them. You feel me? One of the things that I noticed that kind of made me a little more tolerant is when I look at guys that guys that I admired back in the day, like a Luther Vandross or a George Michael. I said to myself, it must have been hell for them back then, having to, because with George Michael, he was this sort of sex symbol, and I'm pretty sure there was pressure on him early on in his career to maintain a certain facade, for the sake of female fans and all of that stuff. And then the same thing with Luther Vandross. I imagine it was probably really messed up for them. But like I've said on my show, when I play certain music, and people be like, somebody might mention it, I'll be like, yo, I really don't care what Freddie Mercury's sexuality was. He was freaking awesome. So was George Michael. So was Luther Vandross. So was Teddy Pendergrass. But I think for us as Black people, we've always been tolerant and understanding of that. For somebody like me, I just don't like it when it's, I'm not going to force somebody. I'm not going to try to force somebody to be straight. So I don't want anybody forcing me to not be straight. You feel me? That's the thing. It's like, live your life the way you want to live your life, but never try to force your life on somebody else. You feel what I'm saying? That's my whole thing. And I'm not saying that that's what Mantis is doing. You feel what I'm saying? But
yeah, no, I'm not saying that at all. No, I fully agree with Angry Man. I would never like trying to force somebody to be one way or the other, because that's not how that works. That's not how human, sexuality works, because that's how in the past that was like the basis of conversion therapy, where they were like forcing people to confide to be either heterosexual, and also there's conversion therapy to change people from transgender back to it, and it doesn't work.
And that shit, if you're talking about those, like, I didn't even know that shit existed back in the day, but if you're talking about like those camps where they send people there to try to make them,
it was camp. So traditionally it was camps. It was preachers. They use chemical castration, psychotherapy, shock therapy. They tried all that shit to get them to stop being gay and to be straight.
Yeah, that's
and so that is why unfortunately there's still, I want to say, I can't verify completely, but I want to say there is still maybe like 2 states in the US where they said like, oh, we're still going to allow conversion therapy.
Yeah, that's too
Yeah,
much.
that's stupid.
Yeah, but no, I don't think that, no one should like push anything, especially when it's that. It was something that is like, well, I personally believe is like immutable for a person. I mean, unfortunately, I've gone through like circles where I feel like people think that people are trying to push, like because I've heard like, you know, I've had coworker. Well, he doesn't work with us anymore. I work as a veterinary nurse, but he was like he was just like, the gays are trying to get me to turn gay, and I'm like, how? Yeah.
What?
Yeah, he was just like the whole world wants me to turn gay for some reason. It's like everywhere I go, and he was like everywhere I go, like there's all rainbows, and next thing you know, they're gonna be having me kissing dudes. I'm just like, nigga, if you're thinking about kissing dudes, you probably wanted to kiss.
You probably want to.
It's already innate in you, bro. You go ahead.
Yeah, no, he's just like all this stuff is like, so it's kind of like a little bit with like what Boss Man was like the influence thing, but now I was just like he just magically thought like, oh, by seeing rainbows, like, oh, I have to kiss dudes now. I'm like, no, you don't have to do that if you don't, if you're not comfortable with that.
Well, to be fair to the guy, you know, I don't know about the kissing dudes part, but I get where he's coming from, where everywhere he turns, it's in his face. I get that. I get that. That is something that is going on. Like, I don't know how the other communities feel about it, but when it comes to like the Black community, like it's like every show. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like every show. It's like, okay, the representation is cool, but
yeah, I mean, it's
like I'm starting to feel.
I mean, what's being done is, what's being done is like similar to like, you know, because like before it was like like all these shows, it was just like nothing but like white people, and then and then Black people, like we got our shit, and then they're like, okay, yeah, we're gonna air more shows with Black people, because the point was Black people walks among us, and they're doing the same thing now, because they don't want to be like, oh, hey, we're just gonna have shows that are completely with straight people.
Yeah, and
like,
I get that.
Like add some more variety, because this is more representative of.
Yeah, and I get that, but here's the thing, and this is where it gets ridiculous for me. And this goes for any community, right? If it's a movie about Vikings, I want to see white people. You feel what I'm saying? Like it's, you know, my thing is the inclusion is cool where it makes sense.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying? So like, and the only reason why I have an issue with it now, especially with the Black community, is because I'm seeing it's like, it's not like you're including
inaccuracy.
Not just that, but it's not like you're including gay men for inclusion. It's almost like you're swapping us out. So I'm starting to see less and less straight Black male representation. You see what I'm saying? And that right there is the issue for me. It's like, okay, it's cool to be inclusive, but not at the detriment of my representation. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, that's what I'm noticing. So it's like that right there. It's like, cool. It's cool to be inclusive, but don't swap us out. Don't act like none of the Black men are straight.
Right. Like, I mean, I can't give any examples, but like, is all like the representation like gay women, or just like white gay men or something? Like, is there like no like people of color that are like, you know?
No, like for instance, when they came out with the movie The Eternals, right?
Yeah.
There was one black guy that was an Eternal, but he was gay. So I'm like, well, shit. Can't you have two black guys? Can't you have one be gay and one be straight? Right. You feel what I'm saying? Like we're getting swapped out. You feel me? So that's my only issue, because they're not doing that with the white guys, because the white guys have already been overrepresented. So now it's like, it's like when you have a white show, you have a gay white guy, but you'll still have straight white guys in there too. Yeah, you'll actually show them being able to get along without there being any weirdness in it. But when it's black, they always stigmatize it and make it seem like it's weird, because they try to make it seem like black men are less tolerant, and in the real world, that's not what it is.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I think they should add more like straight black man representation.
So that's what they get to a point where
BBLs laden with TikTok leggings frogging about in Starbucks. Oh my god.
Yeah, but that's where it gets to a point where heterosexual man be like, all right, man, it's this overcorrecting shit is going too fucking far, right? So this is when we not gonna just let this shit keep going. We just gonna be silent about the shit. We're gonna say something about it.
Yeah.
But when we point it out, it's like we get other people, they want to start being sensitive. When we like, will you look at this motherfucking shit that's happening? Like, it's not happening. So it gets to a point where I'm like, all right, y'all keep overcompensating if you want to. It's not gonna go the way you think it's gonna go.
Yeah, because there's another component that we see. The thing that's getting lost in the shuffle of the inclusivity and people's rights being respected and representation. What's getting lost in the shuffle is that there has always been an attack on black masculinity. So we don't want to be pushed aside for the sake of inclusion, because that's kind of contradictory. We need to be included as well. You feel what I'm saying? So that's my only thing. And by the way, this always confused me in reference to Boss Man and him getting his nails done, right? This confuses me. I just got to ask this question.
Sure.
Not for you, but for the audience.
Here we go.
Why don't black men get upset when pimps get their nails done?
Yeah.
Because pimps be getting French tips and everything. Like,
for sure.
Like, oh Lord. Like, I'm confused about that.
Get their nails done, they get their hair laid. What they say, laid, lied to the side, fried, or whatever the fuck they used to do. Yeah.
I mean, Cat Williams definitely had whole overlay and French tips and everything, press and curl and perms and flips and every damn thing. I mean, all I have is an overlay and some edge control. That's all I got. Okay. This was a do-rag, goddamn shit. You make a valid point there, sir.
Even Snoop, he was on 50 Cent's video with the Shirley Temple curls, and he put his hands up so you could see the French tips.
Yeah. I don't know what you heard about me.
Oh, come on, Joshua Jones.
Yeah.
That's clowning right now. That is crazy.
Oh, you niggas got special rules, bruh. I'm telling you.
Special rules. Oh no, he's not part of our clan. Joshua Jones is not part of our clan. He's part of this clan right here, though. I know Joshua Jones.
For real. See,
see.
And first of all, if he's part of that clan, he can't say shit.
Not a goddamn thing, Josh.
Y'all be getting y'all hair colored different colors. Y'all be and don't even get me started on the little pranks y'all be doing on each other. Every prank y'all do on each other is sus. So no, don't even go there.
Teabagging, nut tapping, and yeah, man. Nah,
y'all be doing all kinds of wild stuff.
I've seen some stuff in the military.
You talked to him before, Angry Man. He was on. He was on. This might be risky a couple of times. And,
oh word, yeah. Be like, hey man, hey Brad, sleep. Watch me put my Johnson on his forehead. He's like, like, bruh, that's not a prank.
Hey, look, man, they used to do that so much in the military. I'm telling you, I used to have to give them a safety briefing. Any one of you white boys talk about teabagging or whatever that little sus did, I'm fucking all y'all up. Everybody getting it.
Be like, bro, you didn't want to prank him. You just wanted to put your Johnson on his forehead. Just tell the truth, bro.
And they be going too damn far on shit, man. These motherfuckers be going too fucking far, man.
Look, no, but you bring up a valid question. I don't know what scorched earth said right here. Let me see. You pay attention to Pims like I don't pay attention to Boss Man. Didn't even know they were white. Yep. Yeah, that was a good question though. I was actually that was
Scorch,
one of the
we
questions.
gonna see your ass at the barbershop. I'm gonna light your ass up, boy. I can't wait. You bring your ass up there. You already know what it is, homie.
Damn. Hey, I don't think anybody else answered the question. I don't think oh that's right. What's his face? Black Hawk is no longer part of the show anymore. So he was the main one.
Nah, we had to put him on the bench for a minute, man. You gotta cut that shit out, Black Hawk.
Tripping.
Yeah, well,
too much.
At any rate, it's been a good conversation. I hope that I can continue to bring light to this area. We're gonna see what next week brings.
Oh, it's gonna bring smoke. Next week, Angry Man. That's the one you talking about the teas, ain't you?
Yeah,
that's gonna bring some smoke. That's what it's gonna get.
What's the topic?
So next week's topic is going to be so it's going to be the LGBTQ Conundrum Part 2. Is I haven't quite titled it just yet, but it's going to be about transgenders, and it's going to be, is America transitioning from transgenders?
Yeah, I might just watch that one from the raft.
Transitioning from?
I might not
from transgenders.
That's gonna bring a lot of.
I might not get in that conversation.
Something.
I'll show up to that one.
No, what you gonna have is a bunch of damn women.
Something like that, to that effect, or something to the effect.
You know what's crazy? I've seen so many videos of transgender women get into an argument with a dude, and then they turn on the dude switch. In a minute, they stop talking out their nose. Yeah, the motherfuckers stop talking, taking it from the gut now. Ready to brawl. Did you see when that one transgender woman grabbed Ben Shapiro by the neck? Yeah.
No.
You didn't see that? They were up there having a discussion, and she grabbed Ben Shapiro by the neck, and her voice got deep as fuck. Saying, "Hey, don't disrespect me." I was like, "Yo," it's like, you better chill out, bro. You about to catch an L, like, for real.
We would have tore that fucking studio up. I ain't gonna even lie.
Wow.
I would have said, you know what? This is what I would have said. I would have said, "Ma'am, we're gonna need you to remove your hand from my neck."
Yeah.
Because if not, I'm gonna have to be Keisha real quick, and we're gonna have to step outside. We gonna be some fight. Motherfuckers outside. Like, cut it out.
God damn it! What's wrong with you? Take your hand. Unhand me.
but I'm going to try I'm going to try my best, as I did tonight. Try my best to do a. Don't laugh, JT. Stop it. Damn it, shit. Now I'm gonna
It's
try my
just some
best.
shit that I can foresee, dog. I'm telling you.
Listen, but no, I'm gonna try my best to be as objective as possible, just like I did tonight.
Yeah.
Okay. Stop it.
As soon as the panel come on.
my laughter is not because I'm being cynical. My laughter is because I already know that that topic is going to be a problem, because there's so much either tangential, or antithetical, or surreptitious, or underlining, or just so much around it that I can't.
Isn't there a beef going on?
Yes.
There's a beef going on.
It's a civil war within the community. That's what I want to talk about.
Yeah.
I have a video. I have a video right now.
See, I be paying attention. I'm like, oh snap, they squabbling out here.
They squabbling out here now. And everything,
we got action.
And everything that I'm going to present, it ain't gonna be my words. It ain't gonna be nobody's straight words. It's going to be their words only. Okay?
Yeah.
Their words.
I saw my bad for cutting you off. I saw something, it confused the hell out of me. It was a dude, a gay dude. He was on TikTok going off on transgender women. I was like, what the hell is going on? Like, where's the tolerance? Like, was going off, bro.
No, I mean, I would say that.
Go ahead.
I guess I'm sorry. No, I would say, I mean, just because you are lumped into like some sort of group doesn't mean like you support all in that group. Like, for example, I mean, so like, for example, like, I mean, the Log Cabin Republicans are a bunch of like gay LGBTQ Republicans, and they have been outspoken against trans people. They've been kind of, so there's actually trans people against other trans people.
Well, I know one of them is the comedian. What's the old boy name? Flame. The LGBT ain't feeling Flame right now. The Flame was saying that, I'm a Flame.
There's always those. There's always groups of people like that. There's black people against other black people.
Yeah.
There's gay people against gay people. I mean,
and now you got the women, because remember, the women were the ones that were so inviting. Now that shit ain't happening no more.
Well, the reason. I may have to save it. Well, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it. And look, taking an objective approach. Again, I'll bring definitions. I'll step myself out of it and just present things as it is. And I really want to bring an honest conversation to it. And again, I don't know how many parts of this series I'm going to have, and I'll move on to something else to be able to have. How I survive. I'm gonna move on to something else, because there's a reason why I started off with religion, and I'll bring it to this, and then I'll bring on something else, like women having an issue with accountability. That's going to be a problem. So I gotta start somewhere, and why these issues tie into society. What is the job of the government?
Yeah, we're gonna let you go ahead and get your your podcast feet wet. And you gonna learn.
I'm coming out hard, apparently. But however, hey, I got more views today. All right, and I had very little technical problems today. Okay, so that's good. Okay, so we're doing all right. But I wanna have these honest conversations, and I wanna bring a different approach. Yeah. And I'm hoping to have an honest conversation, and I'm hoping that someone can see that I'm not being surreptitious. I am not being what is what I'm looking for. I'm not being edgy. I'm not trying to hold a knife to it. I'm just really just bringing divisive in any nature. I'm just trying to just have the conversation. And if we can do that, bring it point by point. If we can do that and find middle ground, I think we've gotten somewhere. I think I've done my job.
Damn. See, that's why I need to come over here more often, because I'm slipping being around ignorant niggas. I said divisive. I would have roasted somebody for saying that. Jesus Christ.
Sorry.
You ever had that happen where you be around niggas and you fuck around and repeat some shit like conversate, and then you be like,
right, you're like, it's not converse. I've done it, and I'll be like, I knew that it was converse, and I still said conversate. God,
I said it wrong.
My apologies. I didn't mean to correct you on the spot.
No,
Sorry,
I appreciate the correction. No, I appreciate it, because I'm slipping.
Yeah, so I definitely want to be I want to do it as assiduously as possible. Okay. All right. So assiduously being as careful and diligently. Okay. Assiduously.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
There we go. So
see how this goes.
a little tidbit. My wife calls me the walking thesaurus. Okay.
I am thoroughly impressed with your lexicon, sir. You are both a scholar and a gentleman.
Thank you, sir. Okay. I have a tendency to bloviate.
Hey, low key, I'm out here just looking this shit up. Putting this shit on my goddamn. This is going on my list.
Okay.
I'm gonna be practicing this shit in the car when I'm driving to work and shit. I'm gonna keep using it in all kind of sentences and shit.
Assiduously.
I'm gonna still use it wrong, because I'm just gonna everything gonna have that shit in there.
I don't want to be perfidious in any way. Hello, Scorched Earth. How you doing? Coming in at the end.
What's
there,
up?
sir.
I know we getting ready to get off. All I want to say is, JT, screw you. What's up, AM? and boss man? Hey,
Yes, sir.
stop speaking them goddamn words. Said we were radio over here. I don't know what the hell you saying.
No, we all need some of that shit in our system, boy. I'm using all them words, especially if I'm debating somebody. I'm gonna use that word. They're gonna be like, "What the fuck? I don't even know what that means."
hey, boss man, say that last word you just said that he said he wanted to repeat.
Assiduously.
Hey, spell it, JT.
Not tonight. Not tonight. Not on duty. Not on duty. let me get used to the word first before I start doing all this goddamn spelling and shit.
Hey, matter of fact, wait until barbershop. Let him start saying. Tell BMU to sit up there and start spelling it. I bet you get tongue-tied.
What the hell is this nigga you feel the need to entertain?
Hey, look. So I'm gonna tell y'all something. Tell y'all the secret. So I'll tell you this, and we'll jet. I actually used to, when I was in 6th or 7th grade, I actually used to read at actually 8th grade. I used to read at a 3rd and 4th grade level. I used to actually stutter, and the only way I didn't stutter was to sing. And so I was actually put into remedial classes in order to learn how to do basic algebra and basic reading. And so I used to live with one of my teachers as a guardian. Shout out to her. And so what she would make me do is, if I wanted to read, if I wanted to watch TV, for every hour or any time I wanted to watch TV, I'd have to log in how long I read. So if I wanted to watch TV for 30 minutes, I had to show and prove that I read for 30 minutes.
Talk about child abuse. Shit.
And she also would not answer me or respond to me unless I spoke in correct English. So if I spoke to her, or if in that moment, if I spake instead of spoke, then she would actually not respond. She'd walk away.
She didn't pop you with a ruler?
No.
Damn.
It was more of a hurt and a disappoint. It was more of a hurt for her to be disappointed that I didn't speak in a proper verbiage than for her to actually apply any type of corporal discipline. So she would just walk away. And
was
so
she of the Caucasian persuasion?
Correct.
I figured. Makes sense.
I had a
Reminds me of my aunt.
I had a different motivation for expanding my vocabulary. I liked pissing niggas off.
Yeah.
We know, AM. We know.
You say one of them words and somebody out here trying to get at you on one of these patterns, you say some shit to them.
You
They don't know what they don't even know if they like, I don't know if I should take offense to this or not. I don't even know what the hell this nigga just what you just called me.
So I made it an art, and I would actually, and anytime I asked her what something meant, she wouldn't tell me. She would just tell me to look it up. So I appreciate her for everything that she did. And so now I make it a game to where, like, even now I have the word of the day on my phone. So what I do is I end up basically finding a way to use the word, and then when I find a way to use it, it's stuck for the most part. And so it's been that way all my life. So here we are.
Well, that's better than being on YouTube and taking all these goddamn words that everybody just come up, these new words that end up being overused and shit. So
yeah, like pause.
No, I'm talking about when motherfuckers be using words when they think they intelligent. When these motherfuckers be saying it's disingenuous for you to be speaking. Everybody using that shit. Everybody using disingenuous now. What's another one? Angry man. Everybody using that.
Narcissist.
Narcissist.
Toxic masculinity.
Holistic. It's ridiculous, and it's like, I don't know. I would love to hear. See, that's kind of why I appreciate you, boss man, because when you are using certain words, I know it's because you genuinely understand the word. You didn't just hear a bunch of people say it on a podcast and now you want to repeat it because you thought it was smart. Right. But that's what they're doing, like 24/7, man. And it's so annoying because now everybody is a narcissist. And I'm like, you do know that doesn't apply to everybody.
Right. Oh, this is another one too. Diabolical.
Diabolical.
You know, when I learned that word when I bought a CD, an album, and it was my man Biz Markie. Remember that? Diabolical?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where I learned the word diabolical at. Shit, and when was that? I was about 13 years old, 12, 13 years old.
Brandon, what are you talking about?
What did he say?
He said characteristically hypocycloidal. Okay, if you can't pronounce it, it ain't a word.
Hypocycloidal.
Cyclodial.
Yeah.
The hell is that?
Yeah, somebody that thinks that they're
I have no idea.
Somebody that thinks they're probably a damn doctor or something. That
see why I said you shouldn't say words like that, because you got remedial people thinking that they can sit up there and do what you're doing.
Oh, that's why I didn't like them damn so-called doctors coming up here on these goddamn panels and shit, because everybody was sitting there taking these damn words and shit. What was this, like 9 years ago, 10 years ago? People was having little panels and they had bring some little psychologist or something like that.
It's important to scientific and that.
And everybody just started stealing these words and shit. It was like, man, really? Entanglement was another one.
This is interesting. I could agree with this. So hearsay and mindless conjecture cannot happen in these perilous times and circumstances in America. I could agree with that.
Agree.
Interesting. Yeah. So people often think that when I'm talking, they actually think I'm being what's wrong with the word? Well, they think I'm being precocious, and they think that I'm being demeaning, or condescending, or belittling, or besmirching, and then that's not. That's literally how I talk. My wife used to think that I was being that way too, and she used to get very upset. Like just like when Angry Man said divisive, or what did you say? And I corrected. I inadvertently corrected. And I said divisive. Well, she would say something word, and I would just come back and I'll correct it, and she used to get very upset, and I'm be like, well, I'm sorry, but I can't have you walking around here representing me saying things wrong. I can't do that.
Yeah. So precocious, that's another word where you would have, well, a lot of people, they forget that word in a minute, but you can tell when a person is not genuine in their speech because they speak, real slow, right? And they would use that word that they just pretty much learned at least in a sentence 10 times. That's how you know. You're like, okay, you're just going to keep using this. Is what you're just going to keep using this word in this conversation.
Not
so that's how you know.
Yes, sir.
So no, man. Look,
that's a good one.
I don't know a whole bunch of these big ass words, but trust me when I tell you.
Yeah, it's
write the motherfuckers down, boy.
Yeah, my thing is, see, I didn't get offended.
You don't have the penmanship for that, JT. Be quiet.
I didn't get offended when you did that because that's the type of family I come from. If you say a word incorrectly, I went through that all of my life. If you mess up and say a word incorrectly, you're gonna get corrected. As soon as you say it. And it's to the point where there are certain words that when people do not say them properly, it will piss me off. That's why I said I'm slipping. Like it's a pet peeve. Like if someone says, yeah, I'm doing good. That shit drives me crazy.
Yeah.
Like, no, you're doing well. Not
and
good.
If you want to go earlier in the 1900s, swell.
Well, AM, I guess we shouldn't see you on Sharon Bracey's show no time soon because they don't have no proper vocabulary over there.
Oh hell,
hey, man.
Pet peeve of mine is when I hear, I seen.
Yeah.
What you seen? You mean you saw?
Shit. No, come over here in Michigan.
What's funny? What's funny? My wife is so hilarious. Like if she hears me, if she happens to hear me say something incorrectly, she'll say something, right? But one day I had wrote something out. I had written something out, right? And so I had put, you know how you have three things and you'll put one, then you put the comma, then you put another one, then you put the comma, and then you put and, right?
And, yes.
And so my wife says to me, she's like, you don't have to put a comma behind the word that's right in front of and.
Right.
And you know what I said to her? I said, yeah, if you're not using the Oxford comma.
Bingo.
Right? She was like, yes. She was like, oh.
Did she call you an a-hole instead of AM after you said that?
She was like, like you ever say something to your wife like, wow.
Yes, sir. Smart one. Yes. Impressive.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But I can tell you, probably me.
I said it in a much more condescending way because I was insulted. I said, well, technically you don't have to use the comma, but I prefer to use the Oxford comma. And she's like, oh.
Right, like you nudged her a little bit. Back up off me now.
I married a smart swat.
Yeah. Well, we kind of like the last of the generations that actually can text with real sentences and you know, and we put all of the
commas
punctuations and everything.
Punctuations in it. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm telling you, my damn daughters, and these are college students, and both of them, one is going to school to be a damn doctor, and I can't stand the way that they everything is an acronym right now.
Well,
Everything.
The moment they stop teaching them to write instead of just printing, I knew we were headed for disaster.
Yeah, it was a done deal. Absolutely. Yeah, that's when I found out that they don't even do that anymore, I was like, what the hell? So
man,
nobody's
stopped
gonna
teaching them to do sign cursive years ago, man.
So the craziest
They can't
part
even
is
sign their own
that
name.
I was about to say the craziest part is that there's no real signature. Like if you look at my signatures throughout the years, there's no way that someone can even, for one, I'm left-handed. So it's a whole different ball game when you doing it. But they right there, I mean, they print their name now.
Then the auto
signature. I was
sign,
like,
the DocuSign sign it.
Look, Brandon said, AM, you're literally the only person I've heard that knows what an Oxford comma is. That's why I follow you. Sir, you have absolutely no idea the wealth of useless information I have in my head. And the only reason why I say it's useless is because in this day and age, it is not appreciated.
It is not appreciated. Facts.
You say the only place it's appreciated on is Jeopardy.
Facts.
Exactly.
Facts. It's like a daily download.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oxford comma for 500, please.
Yeah, for the most part.
Like for instance, like the fact that I am constantly battling against a bunch of lumpen proletariats, plebeians, who refuse to acknowledge the fact that though I have a European tendency to my visage.
Oh, my visage.
I guarantee you that does not discount my nigritude.
Okay. Take your 1700 backwood.
Y'all don't be looking at my angry noble post that I put up.
Yeah. No, I'll be cracking
You would
up.
not insult my vicitude. You would not insult my vicitude.
No, the only thing I'll be saying, I'll be like, man, I'm about to go in living colors on Angry Man one day. I'm gonna go there like Damon Wayans when he started using all those gynecology words. When you prescure your secretions. I didn't, it was always funny to me. Now, this is the thing. It was always funny to me that he used to make the joke, what did they used to call it? What was that called? It was
Red
prison. Yeah, it was like something, but he was in prison. He was just reading, but I didn't realize he was reading a gynecology book. I didn't. So this nigga learned every word in the gynecology book, and this motherfucker started using it. And it's like, oh, that shit was so funny. I didn't realize it, until it went off. And when it went off, I used to always watch it. And that, like, now you watch that shit now, man, you be like, oh, hell no. Nah.
Yeah, because he's just basically taking, technical terms and applying them where they don't fit. Like, first of all, my brother, you must understand the prestige of my aptitude and the colonization, the colostomy.
Yeah. And then you got him and his brother doing it together when they be having the conversations. Point taken, my brother. So what you're trying to say is that the testosterone of the condition my fault. The constriction You be like, oh, that shit was crazy. That was wild, bro.
Well, people, I appreciate everyone coming out. Anger Man, I appreciate you, sir. It's always a pleasure. And JT, appreciate you sticking around to help me out and add color to it. Scorched Earth, thank you for coming by. And Mantis Punch, appreciate you sticking it out and offering your insight, but also sticking around to endure the prickly thorns of the people who offer some dissent to your position. As always, it's always appreciated. You are a trooper, so we appreciate it. And then come back next week. It's going to be.
Hey, next week, are you going to be giving definition to some of these words that because I'm still trying to figure out what some of these words mean.
Maybe. I mean, sure. I mean, yeah, maybe. We'll see. I mean, I will carefully consider your plight.
Don't worry, I'm just asking. I mean, you don't have to. It doesn't bother me one way or the other.
Don't get that nigga. Don't get that nigga shit.
Shut up, nigga.
I would consider.
All right, man. It's been a pleasure. Bro.
It's been a pleasure.
Hey, y'all take care, man. All right,
thanks to everyone. Thanks to everyone who donated to my Cash App. Blackhawk and Mr. Paul Bennett. Thank you so much for donating. And anyone who donated to BMU, obviously I can't see it, but if you did, appreciate that as well. And as always, thank you for stopping by to the BMU Network. Check out everything that's going to be happening later on this week. And as always, peace out. Thank you, and staying on business, y'all. Peace out. Peace.
It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies. Come and saddle up a ride. Need a yeehaw, you know how here for one night and we just wanna party. In a fast car, a Ferrari. It's a push start, I don't need a car key. It's out on Broadway, and it's gnarly. On a late night, but I'm not tardy. Right on time for the parties and Barbies. Strolling with a chunk of green like a golf swing. Hey, 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 hey. Bottles on ice, mess around these skates. Hey, hey, hey. If I gotta say it twice, then I got nothing to say. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies. Come and saddle up a ride. Come and kiss me up, it's going down. Like a train with no brakes, I'm not slowing down. See it showing up, we're showing out. Better pack it.